So welcome into the show. I'm Mark Ogden. I'm not in Bilbao. I'm at home in the north of England near Manchester. It's a beautiful day outside, and Rob is already in Bilbao right now, but it looks like he's probably sat in Manchester at a bus station. Is that right, Rob? You're in Bilbao, or are you back home?
Well, I may as well be back home because it's absolutely freezing. I think there's thousands of United and Spurs fans hoping to get to Spain for a bit of sunshine and a good European final, but there isn't much sunshine at the moment, so you need to bring your coat if you come in.
And James, you're kind of halfway between London and Bilbao, I take it, looking at where you are right now.
Yes, I'm currently in Düsseldorf Airport watching a group of Tottenham fans hit the bar pretty hard, and it's mid-morning here, so they're getting stuck in.
Well, we'll make this fairly quick so you can join them fairly shortly. But before we get going, I know the pair of you went to the media days at United and Tottenham last week. The two clubs opened the door for us in the world's media, so we're going to listen to what was said and what was done at the media days.
Well, this is Tottenham's training ground where they're holding their UEFA mandated pre-Europa League final media day. We've come down to watch an open training session, speak to the players and speak to the manager, which sounds good in theory, but because UEFA have demanded that this has to take place at a certain time frame before the final, and also because just as the regular domestic Premier League season is still going on, this is a Monday at the start of the week before the game takes place. So Spurs played yesterday, so the open training session was almost entirely involving players who didn't play against Palace, which means predominantly a lot of fringe players. And then also the manager's obviously just conducted his 5th press conference in 6 days, and I think he's possibly a little bit fatigued of doing interviews and things. Though I have to say, I thought he spoke pretty well. In Ange Postecoglou's case, he gets a lot of criticism because those sort of slightly short, snarky answers he gives when they've lost a game tend to go viral, and people think that's what he's like a lot of the time. But actually, I've come up here a fair bit for the pre-match stuff, and generally he's one of the more generous. He speaks for 25-30 minutes when a lot of managers not too far down the road from here would do half that for the same sort of game. So he's more generous with his time. He doesn't suffer fools. If you ask him a bad question, he will not let you get away with it. But generally he takes things on their merits, and I actually thought he spoke pretty well today, given that it's, as I say, 5th time in 6 days.
Again, I think both of them are a good reference point for the rest of the boys.
James, to finish, please. Thank you.
Hi, you mentioned Spurs need to break the cycle, and when you talk about how you've broken that cycle at other clubs in the past, is Tottenham the toughest version of that situation that you faced in your career?
I guess the challenges of this year have made it feel like it's harder, for sure. Obviously, the attention that the league gets, and obviously the attention that the club gets, make it feel like it's more of a push to get it to where you want to, for sure. You just have to look at where the club's been for the last 20 odd years. It's not because of the lack of players, quality players, or managers. They've all been through here, so you realise that. But I realised that when I took the role. It's not going to be an easy, not easy, but it's going to be a massive challenge. But we've given ourselves an opportunity, and I think now the key bit is to try and take that opportunity.
I mean, on a day like this, you could, for the listeners, it's a glorious sort of 23, 24 degrees day in North London. We're quite lucky that it's a sort of picturesque training ground. It's state-of-the-art facilities here. It's one of the best in the country, to be fair. And we've got a nice environment for it. But there is a lot of waiting about. You're never sure what players are going to come in which order. So you kind of... And also, you're all standing up. You're one side of a railing. They're behind the other side with advertising hoardings behind them. And it's not always conducive to sort of big, in-depth pieces. It's difficult to ask really searching, probing questions in this environment, not least because you only really get 5 or 6 minutes with each player, but also there's generally about 10 people trying to ask things who've all got their own different areas they want to attack. So it tends to be a bit of a free-for-all, but I thought 2 or 3 of the players played really well today.
he always tries to be there.
Did people actually say to you when you signed for this club you might go without a trophy the rest of the season?
It's like these people on social media, you know what I mean? Like these banter people, like you don't take really serious, but
So it didn't kind of play on your mind when you deciding whether to go or not?
not even a bit.
This was the little clip from the dressing room at Bordeaux.
I mean, I've been doing this almost 20 years and it's still a privilege. You know, the day you come to these things and take for granted that you get access to the manager and you know, where Tottenham were training today, for the camera when it pans round, there's a pitch separated by a line of trees, and on this pitch nearest to us were some kids who were about 8, 9, 10 years old playing a small-sided game, and over the back of that pitch there's the Tottenham first team training, and you ask any one of these kids if they wanted to go and watch that and they'd have bitten their hands off for the opportunity. And I know that there's a lot of people who, young and old, who would just do anything they could to come and be here and have this kind of access. So it is a privilege. You do get to see the whites of the eyes of the manager and a few of the players. And it's just, I think, strange for the players and for the club to have to sort of start thinking about and talking about a major European final sort of 9 days before it takes place.
Well, this is a little bit different today. Usually press conferences will be held the day before a match. For UEFA Champions League or Europa League games, we get to watch a little bit of training as well, but only for 15 minutes. Today's a little bit different because it's for a final, so UEFA let you in to watch training for an hour. So the day starts at Carrington and then it's over to Old Trafford. For the interviews, we've done a couple of player interviews, and then we get to speak to the manager, Ruben Amorim, just to get his thoughts on the final. Obviously, it's a little bit further away. He'll do another press conference the day before the game. You know, today really is just kind of to set up the final in general, just to give his general views about the Europa League, what it could do for Man United and the final itself.
Connection is with hard work. We have to run a lot and to win titles. So we have one title to win. Let's try to win it.
Right.
Just on the fans, they've got a very, very catchy song about you, and I know in the past you've said that you don't think maybe you deserve to have a song just yet. But if you were to win the final on Wednesday, do you think you would consider singing it on the pitch afterwards?
No, I will not sing it. They don't deserve that. The feeling would be really good because I will feel that I help in something to this club, to win something. It's going to be a really good feeling to give back to the fans. But again, I think I need to prove a lot more to have the right to a song.
Obviously, the interest in Man United is so giant. There are so many journalists and media organisations who want to be part of that. So today there have been interviews with players with rights holders, the TV companies who are going to show the game, and there have been interviews with written press. There have been interviews with broadcast companies like ourselves, like ESPN. It's so busy and so hectic on these media days that Man United tend to separate you out into separate groups because, simply put, there just aren't enough players to go around to do one-on-one interviews with every journalist who's here. I mean, playing that final, to start that final, given where you were at one stage under Eric, not really playing, what would that say about yourself and how hard you've had to battle back to become kind of the main man again here?
Yeah, no, it'd be, obviously we don't know the team or what's going to happen over the next 7 days or so, but to be in that team would mean a lot. Every person in that dressing room should be fighting every day to be in that team because that's what football's about. You want to be in these big games, these big moments, the pressure moments.
Usually when we do these pre-final media days, obviously the mood is buoyant, there's excitement really around a final. It's a little bit different for Man United. Obviously there is still excitement because they're in a major European final, but you have to understand the context. I mean, the context of their Premier League season has been absolutely disastrous. There's an awful lot of pressure on this game. There is questions to the likes of Maguire and Mason Mount and Ruben Amorim about the excitement and looking forward to the final, but also the implications of what would happen if they lost it. A season without European football at Man United is almost unthinkable. So when you speak to Mason Mount and Harry Maguire, they're obviously kind of conscious that they can't be too upbeat about the final because it's set against something a little bit different, which is the Premier League form.
And we will be, so it's going to be an exciting game. You want to play in these finals and you want to win these games, so it'll feel amazing at the end.
Harry Maguire was down here a little earlier and he sort of said that the feeling among some of the players is that you perhaps owe the fans a little bit for this season because of some of the results. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yeah, definitely. Every single game we played at home, they're here, they're supporting us, they're loud. So we need to give something back, and I think winning that final may not solve everything, but it will give them something to cheer about, and it's a trophy. So hopefully we can do that, and they'll be proud of that. As I said before, the league form we're not happy with.
This is a dream job, to spend the day with a major football club talking about a major European final. You get to speak to managers, to players. The bad bits are it's not always as organised as it could be. Obviously, this day has started at 10:30 in the morning when we get to Carrington to train. We watch an hour of training, then it's to Old Trafford. We've had to wait quite a long time for the players to come and do our interviews because they've got so many other media commitments to get through, that it's not as simple as bringing a player out to us just to speak to us. They've probably had to do sort of between 5 and 10 interviews each, and that's every member of the squad. So they can be quite long days, but they are rewarding. It's, as I say, we're stood in the sunshine at Old Trafford talking about football, so it can't be bad.
So this final has been dubbed the worst final in history. Some people have called it Al Clownico, which is kind of not the easiest thing to say. I mean, both sides have had terrible seasons. United are 16th, Tottenham are 17th, basically one place above the relegation zone. But whoever wins will be in the Champions League next season. So that would cap a terrible season with an incredible prize. So Spurs, former Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger says that neither team should qualify for the Champions League, which seems a little bit harsh. But in terms of your perspective, guys, what do you think about this? Will it save the season? Rob, James, will it save Spurs and Man United the season by winning this?
I mean, in terms of United, they've been. I mean, Ruben Amorim has been quite clear that it won't save the season, and I think he has to say that because the league form has been so poor that you can't, as Man United manager, say that it's been a successful season when you're going to finish sort of 16th, 17th in the league. That said, I think there is a case to say that it will save it, because if you'd started the season saying that United would qualify for the Champions League and win a trophy, I think a lot of Man United fans would have taken that, given where they were. Obviously, it's not the way that they would want to do it. They would want to finish in the top sort of 4 or 5 of the Premier League and win a trophy in a different way. But just because it comes down to one game doesn't necessarily mean that it won't be a success. I think obviously there's massive improvement needed next season. They can't have the same season again because Ruben Amorim will go if that's the case. But in terms of being very, very early on in Ruben Amorim's reign, to win a trophy, get one under his belt really quickly, to qualify for next season's Champions League, to get the financial boost that will bring, I think there probably is a case for it, saving the season. It's just that Ruben Amorim can't say that.
James, Tottenham, 17 years since they won a trophy, pressure's on. Will it save their season? They have a different objective, don't they, United? It's not just about the Champions League, it's also about winning a trophy.
Yeah, I think, the words I used in the piece we've done on the site is existential, and I think that's what this is for Tottenham. In many ways, this season sort of distills the whole argument around the club for the last few years down to the most sort of extreme case, which is how much do you want to win a trophy? Do you want to win a trophy at all costs? Now, obviously, this one comes with the prize of Champions League football, but it's been an awful season for Spurs. They've lost 21 league games. Any other manager in any other situation would have been sacked by now had they not had the Europa League final on the horizon. So, obviously the money would be good. Obviously, Champions League football will help them kick on next season, regardless. But really, this is about a team that is just desperate after 17 years to win something, anything, to validate themselves as a football club. I think we all agree they've got one of the best stadiums in the world. They've got one of the best training grounds in the world, but they have no trophies to show for it in the last 17 years. And I think Postecoglou put it pretty well at the media day, actually, where he said, this is a final which is about changing the way this club is perceived externally and also how it sees itself. And I think were they to lose this, it would sort of reinforce all of the sort of negative connotations of the club, the Spursiness, the faltering when the prize is in sight. But to win it would really be potentially transformative for the future.
I mean, I bumped into a former Spurs player a game last week. He played in the last time they won a trophy in the 2008 League Cup final, and he told me, they said that for Tottenham, he says, what you can't kind of quantify is how nervous the players will be. He said they'll be absolutely wrapped up with tension because they know exactly what you said, James, that it's about winning a trophy and getting rid of that tag of Spurs being the team that doesn't win anything. And from United's perspective, it's all about it's what it means to the club. Obviously, if you're a player, you want to win a trophy, but I think United have shown, even in the last 10, 12 years where they've been really poor, they've won major trophies, they've won 5. But Spurs haven't won anything. And I think what added to the pressure as well, you've got Newcastle, Crystal Palace have won trophies this season, either for the first time ever or for the first time in living memory. So there are clubs that are ending long, long waits. It's Tottenham's turn, but it doesn't work like that, does it?
No, and in many ways, in that context, United are one of the worst things they could have faced, because if there is an inferiority complex against the sort of established fellow members of the Big Six who do take home the trophies on a sort of regular basis, then it will be reinforced by playing a team like United, even though they're in a pretty dire straits themselves and a pale imitation of the club at their best. But look, I mean, I guess they've got to trust in Postecoglou, right? I mean, he's the winner there. He's done it before. He's the only one who's been there and done it. We're talking about Heung-min Son, captain in that team, potentially if he's fit to play. Been there 10 years, never won a trophy. These are not players. Okay, they've got Christian Romero, who's won a World Cup with Argentina. They've got, they've had players in the past, Hugo Lloris, players who've won things with their countries, but as a group, there's no real winning mentality. There's no proven pedigree to get over the line and just do the things that you need to do in finals. That's the only thing that makes me think United have got the advantage when you think about Harry Maguire and Luke Shaw and Bruno Fernandes and these kind of players who've got Casemiro. The one things, they know in finals you don't make mistakes, you keep things simple, you don't overcomplicate it and get the job done. And Spurs don't really have anyone they can rely on, and that's why it's such a big ask for them.
I mean, there is something which you can't quite put your finger on, but we've all been around European finals or big finals in the past, and when there's a big, historic superpower in the final, I go back to Madrid in 2019 when Liverpool played Tottenham. You just felt before the game that Liverpool would win it because whether it's the sea of red or the history, you just felt Tottenham were dwarfed by that in the stadium, outside the stadium. I think it affected the player. Now, United are a similar scenario to Liverpool, obviously not as good, it's not a Champions League final, but Rob, do you get the sense that United this week, from the interviews I've seen with the players, that they do seem to rely on that kind of, we're Man United, we win big finals? Do you get the impression that self-confidence is coming back because they are Man United and they get the job done when it matters in cup finals?
I think so. And James has touched on it there, that when you look at the two teams, I mean, United have been awful this season, there's no denying that. But in that team, you've got players like Casemiro, Harry Maguire, Bruno Fernandes, and Nana's played in a Champions League final before. They have got players who have been there and seen it. Now, I know that doesn't kind of quantify itself in terms of stats and how United have performed on the pitch, but there is that kind of, I don't know what it is, I don't want to call it an X factor, but it's that kind of thing that you kind of feel that maybe United have just got a little bit more of that than Spurs. And I actually thought, being at the media day the other day, that you could kind of feel that there was nothing really that was phasing those United players. They had an awful lot of media to do. They had photo shoots and interviews, but a lot of them have been there and seen it and done it. And you only have to look at the FA Cup final last year. Everyone went into that FA Cup final thinking that United would get absolutely battered by Man City, but they didn't. They turned up on the day. They had some big performances by some of their better players, and they managed to get over the line against it. Fair enough, the City didn't perform on the day, but United was still able to put in a performance to win the game and get themselves over the line. Now, I think if you look at the game in terms of how these seasons have panned out, there are reasons to worry for Man United. I think that Tottenham will score because that's what they do. They score goals, and United struggle to score goals. So when you look at it in those terms, you start to think, well, maybe Spurs do have the advantage. But I just think looking at the team, and as James has said there, I just think there are more United players who are going to know how to handle the occasion. It is a game for keeping it simple. You don't make mistakes. You let the other team make mistakes. And United have got more players who know how to do that. And you only have to look at kind of the way that Bruno Fernandes has performed all season. He's kind of had that mindset for most of the season and played really, really well in a really, really poor team. And it just feels like it's set up for United's big players, whether it's Fernandes, whether it's Casemiro, Harry Maguire scoring a late header, just something like that. It does feel to me like United have a slight advantage heading into it just because of that kind of mentality that they've got.
What do we see as the big selection issues? Because obviously Tottenham have got players coming back from injury. United have too. For me, I think it comes down to one particular position. I think United haven't got a centre forward. I think Rasmus Højlund isn't up to it. if he plays, that gives Spurs an advantage because United haven't got any control at that end of the pitch. So if I was Ruben Amorim, I'd play Mason Mount as a false nine and just take Højlund out of the equation, but I don't think he will do. So, I mean, James, what do you think? What's Ange Postecoglou's selection dilemma? Do you think he's got the team that can actually, as close to his strongest team as possible to win the final?
Well, I mean, one thing to just sort of balance out what we've been talking about is obviously Spurs have beaten United 3 times already this season. So, I mean, if we're just going purely on form, and I've seen people sort of making the point, if you went sort of like, player by player and you were building a combined 11, it would be almost entirely Spurs players, maybe even all of them, and minus, Bruno Fernandes coming in for United. So, sort of pound for pound, they are a better team, but they've got a major creativity problem now because obviously Maddison is out, Kulusevski's out, Lucas Bergvall is out. That has really ripped out the midfield. Apassar went off at the weekend. We don't know exactly how severe that injury is. If he's out as well, that's a huge blow on top of everything else. But I think the problem is going to be in midfield for him and in those attacking positions in terms of creativity. Do they have enough with Brennan Johnson, with Dominic Solanke, Richarlison maybe? Whether he goes with Odegaard, I don't know. But I mean, does he have enough with those players? Son, obviously, if he's fit to beat United, and they're not settled Spurs. It just feels as though this game's come at the right time for United in terms of just the injury situations, respectively. And ultimately, we hear it every time from Ange Postecoglou. We are who we are, mate. We go and do what we do. We give it a go. We play how we want to play wherever we play. If they're that open and they're that naive in a final, they're going to lose. I think if they're a bit smarter and a bit cuter, and if the injuries actually force them to be a little bit more conservative in their approach, then they can find the right balance to win the game. But that's Postecoglou's call to make, and everything we always hear about how uncompromising he is, and insisting that the players still believe in that mentality, sort of suggests that they will go for it.
I agree what you're saying with United, with Højlund. I mean, obviously Højlund's not playing well. He's not scoring goals, and he's also not playing well. So it's a massive problem for Amorim. But I think it may be too late in the season to start springing surprises and maybe playing Mason Mount or Kobbie Mainoo as a false nine. So I expect Højlund to start. The issue I think Amorim has got is Ugarte, because the team that Amorim has played all the way through this Europa League, or at least in the knockout rounds, is to have Casemiro and Ugarte as your two sort of deep-lying midfielders with Bruno Fernandes higher up the pitch. But Ugarte recently has been absolutely dreadful. He just gives the ball away too much. He's been bundled off the ball in midfield. He's been rushed. He looked panicked. And I think against Spurs, that's exactly what Spurs are going to try and do to United. They're going to try and press them and harry them and hassle them and just sort of force them off the ball. And if Ugarte's not at it, United are going to have a real problem in midfield. And I just wonder whether Amorim is maybe kind of going to rethink his approach a little bit and maybe drop Ugarte, start with Bruno Fernandes a little bit deeper, and then possibly play Mason Mount with Garnacho in those kind of two number 10 roles. Or you could play Kobbie Mainoo, or maybe it's Amad Diallo with Garnacho, with Højlund up front. I think Amorim will want to play Ugarte just because of what he thinks is the security that he brings him. But I just don't think Ugarte is playing well enough to start the game on Wednesday. I really don't. And I think, if you say that he's going to have to play Højlund just because there's no one else, I think his main selection issue is that in midfield. He's also got a few problems at the back. Obviously, De Ligt and Yoro aren't fully fit. It makes it complicated with what you do with Mazraoui. Do you have Mazraoui playing as a right wing back if Dalot's not going to make it, or do you need Mazraoui to play as a right-sided centre half? So there are little issues all over the pitch. I do agree with James. I think United are perhaps a little bit more settled than Spurs, which will help them. But there are little kind of decisions that Ruben Amorim is going to have to make, and he's going to have to get those right. Because I think if United lose this game, they lose it in the first 20 minutes. United are so vulnerable sometimes that it could be, they could be 3-0 down in 20 minutes. We've seen that before with this Man United team, but I think United are going to have to stay in the game for as long as possible. We've seen them time and time again get to half-time at 0-0. I think if that's the case, United go on to win. One thing that Amorim will be wary of is just to be getting blitzed in the first sort of 10-15 minutes, and then there's no way back. So it'll be interesting to see what he does, particularly in that midfield area.
Can we just talk about the managers? Obviously, both managers go into the game having massively underperformed this season. But I don't think any of us expect Ruben Amorim to go win, lose or draw. I think United are totally behind him. We don't know what he might do. He might win the trophy. Think, right, I've had enough, and there you go, on my way. But I think the big question is around, isn't it, James? And it does seem that win or lose, Amorim and Postecoglou will be taking charge of his final Tottenham game on Wednesday night. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I'm always wary to be definitive in these situations, especially ironically when we're talking about Manchester United in the same conversation, because of course of what happened with Erik ten Hag last season and how he stayed on after winning a big final right at the end. So it's not impossible, but all the signs are that Postecoglou will leave, win or lose. The view from what I'm told among the hierarchy at the club is that they've just lost too many games, that although there's been mitigating factors for that, we know that they've struggled with injuries and that's bad luck along the way. They've lost some tight games. You can't lose 21 league games as Spurs and there not be any repercussions at all. Now, if they were to go and win the Europa League emphatically, does that change things? Possibly, but it does feel as though the die has been cast already. And actually, from the way that Postecoglou's sort of been talking, he's almost been hinting at the fact that he'll be all right, come what may, type thing. That sort of rhetoric sort of slipped into some of his press conferences of late, and it does sort of feel as though he probably thinks his numbers up.
Rob, Ruben, Amorim?
Yeah, I mean, I expected to stay regardless of the result. I bumped into one of the United execs not too long ago who is making no secret of the fact that this has been really, really tough since his appointment. They certainly were expecting some kind of bounce after bringing Amorim in. They weren't expecting the run of results that they've had. There's a little bit of sort of a mitigating factor in that they feel that some of the Premier League defeats recently have been down to the fact that they're trying to win this Europa League, and maybe Amorim hasn't picked the teams that he would have normally done in the Premier League. So that there's that, but they're making no secret of the fact that this has been really, really tough. I mean, the word from Man United is that he is absolutely rock solid. In terms of what the club feel about him, that he is rock solid this summer, and that they'll give him money to strengthen the squad over the summer. They'll bring in some of his players that he wants to play in this 3-4-3 system and hope that the results pick up next season. I mean, I know that you've written a piece that's on site now about Amorim having a little wobble kind of around December, January time, and there certainly was a wobble in terms of him feeling that this was the right move for him. I mean, everyone will know that he didn't want to join mid-season. He wanted to start in the summer. He told United that it was going to be tough, and what he predicted would happen has happened. I think it's probably worse than what he anticipated, but certainly that what he was expecting to happen has happened. So he's got that in his kind of, it's almost credit at the bank. It's not like he came in and said, I can turn this around immediately. He said this is going to be tough. He said that there was a storm coming, and there has been a storm. It's been dreadful. But I would expect him, win or lose on Wednesday against Spurs, I would expect him to be Man United manager at the start of next season. The issue comes for me in the next the first 10-15 games of next season, because if the form is replicated, if this season's form is replicated at the start of next season, he has got a massive problem, because there's a load of international breaks. We saw with Erik ten Hag in October, November international break, there was a lot of talk about his position, and eventually he got sacked. And if the form hasn't picked up, even if they win the Europa League, if United were to lose, 8 of the first 15 league games or something like that, or 5 of the first 10, there will be massive, massive pressure on his job, regardless of whether they're in the Champions League or not.
Yeah, I agree with that. The piece I was told by, I think, 3 people at most, certainly in the last 2 or 3 weeks, that Amorim did offer to quit in January. Now, I checked it out with the club, and the response back was that there was no formal move to resign, and so the club's view is that didn't happen. So, but what I have been told is that he did need a lot of reassurance in January that he would be backed to see it through, that he was the guy, and he also questioned himself a little bit. I think he realised what he was walking into in November in terms of it was a bad situation, but didn't realise how badly. By the middle of January, I think the Brighton game again at the tip of the iceberg, when he came out and said that this is the worst in Man United's history. So he has had difficulties, and at the end of that month he basically said, I'm 40 tomorrow, but I feel like I'm 50 after 2 months at Man United. So he's found it tough. But you're right, from what I've been told, United are absolutely 100% behind him. They really, really want it to work out. They believe he's the guy. But we have to say, he's had a terrible season, a terrible run of games. He lost 14 league games in his whole time in Portugal with over 3 or 4 years. He's now lost 14 league games in 6 months at Man United. So you can't argue with the statistics, but equally, the players at his disposal, by and large, are not good enough. They're nowhere near good enough. So if you've got a system of play it's not going to work with those players because they're simply not up to it. And he has justified it by saying, look, I'm not going to change because before I came in, they played 4 at the back and they were still rubbish. So where do you go? I mean, at the end of the day, he's got a group of players, and let's name check some of them. Victor Lindelof, Diogo Dalot, Rasmus Højlund, Alejandro Garnacho. They're not good enough for Man United, and he's having to work with these players. Now, somehow he's got them to Europa League final with a chance of getting into the Champions League next season, which is kind of almost a miracle considering how bad they are. But I do think that there's no way that Man United will get rid of him. No way. Not in the next 6 months. But what I can't say, and I don't think any of us can say, is that he's such an emotional character. Somebody at the club was telling me that after matches, he does say a lot of things that he then backtracks on 2 or 3 days later. But he said he's really, the word he's used, he's really hot after games. That first half an hour after games, he's kind of very emotional. He says what he thinks, which is great. We want an honest manager, but he does backtrack a couple of days later when he's had time to calm down. But if he wins the Europa League on Wednesday, after the most difficult 6 months of his career, you might just think, guys, I've done my best. It's an impossible situation. There's your trophy. You're back in the Champions League, but I've got to get out of this situation. I don't think it'll happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did, because you just can't predict how this season, this weird season at Man United, is going to play out.
I would agree with that. And in my dealings with Ruben, he does feel like quite an emotional character. I mean, I think it says a lot about him as a person, as a character, that actually went to United. When United came calling in November, October, that he was strong enough to say, I don't want to start now. I want to start at the end of the season. Now, usually, if Man United or any big club in Europe come knocking and try to take you as a manager, your immediate answer is yes. And clearly that wasn't his immediate answer, because he didn't want to start in November. Now, obviously, he's decided that these opportunities don't come around very often, and that he felt, or certainly what United had told him, that if he didn't take it now, they would move on and look for someone else. So in the end, he's decided he wanted to take it. But I think that just shows the kind of character he is. And I wouldn't expect him to walk away straight away after Wednesday, but I do think there's going to be an issue possibly in the summer if he doesn't feel like that he's getting enough money to spend, or the players that he wants aren't coming in, or it's not the right player, or the transfer business isn't being done quickly enough. That you get to sort of the end of June, sort of early August, and he may look at it and think, well, this isn't getting any better, and he will know. He knows better than anyone that if he doesn't start next season well, he will be under pressure from the first minute. You can see a scenario where United don't play well in the first Premier League game of next season. They perhaps get beat against a team that they shouldn't be losing to, and immediately the knives are out for him, because Man United fans are willing to give him the benefit of the doubt for now, because they know how tough it's been to come in mid-season. But that excuse won't wash at the start of next season. So I just wonder whether, if things don't go particularly well in the summer in terms of transfer business, whether you might hear sort of murmurings about Ruben not being particularly happy, and that he doesn't know whether this is the right place for him, because he knows that I think that he thinks he can do this job, but I think that he thinks that he needs the perfect conditions to do it, and I don't think he thinks that he's got that right now, and he needs that to change in the summer.
Just on that point, Rob, about getting transfers done, I mean, we are talking ahead of the Europa League final, which will kind of have a massive impact on what United do next season and going forward, let's be honest. But moves are being made. It looks like Matheus Cunha from Wolves is a deal that's pretty close to being done. Liam Delap is another player that they're quite keen to get over the line. I think Cunha seems to be closer, but from what you've heard, Cunha does seem to be quite close, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I would expect Cunha to get done. I mean, it's a relatively easy one for United to do, given that he's got a release clause. United historically have liked that kind of deal because they don't want to get caught up in negotiations over transfer fees. Obviously, that's not an issue with Cunha. You pay the release clause or you don't. I think the one issue that's been mentioned behind the scenes with Cunha is about personal terms. They don't want to get into a situation where he's asking for silly money. They want him to show that he wants to join Man United, because that's the kind of personality that they want. They don't want to be signing players who are only coming for the money. They want players who want to be here. So I think if Cunha is reasonable in his wage demands, and I think the expectation is that he will, the United are slightly wary perhaps that he might sort of ask for a little bit too much, but they don't see that as a significant problem. I think we're all expecting that to get tied up relatively quickly after the end of the season. Obviously, that's not going to solve everything. They need a centre forward. I know you've written before about Liam Delap and United's interest in him. They probably also need a midfielder. There's been interest in Adam Wharton at Crystal Palace. Again, there's doubt whether they could get him out of Palace, particularly because Palace are going to be in the Europa League next season. They're going to need quite a lot of work doing to that squad. It's not going to be the case where you can just bring one player in and solve everything. they need quite a lot.
Yeah, just on Tottenham, obviously, just balance it out. Winning or losing, how much of an impact will it have on their businesses in terms of incomings and outgoings?
Well, I mean, the money will help, obviously, but I mean, they're actually in a pretty good position PSR-wise, Spurs. I mean, I don't think any Tottenham fan or anyone who covers Tottenham would be expecting them to suddenly start pushing the boat out and spend big money while Daniel Levy is still holding the purse strings. But by the same token, I think there is an ambition there to spend. The problem is, of course, is that they don't know who the manager's going to be. So I think they're going to have to make a quick decision on that, and then they'll get into the summer. But to sort of come full circle on all this, really, I mean, the money is very, very useful for Spurs, as it would be for any club, and it would make them more ambitious in the summer. But really, this is about winning a trophy. This is about showing potential new signings. Really, that this is a club you can win at, and not a club that you can turn up in a very nice stadium and a very nice training ground and watch other teams win. You can actually do the lot at Spurs, and that's why it's so important for them.
I mean, just before you guys get off to the press conferences later on, I'm going to make a prediction. Now, my predictions aren't usually very good, but I do think that with Tottenham getting players back, and I think they've got forwards who can score. I'm going to go for Tottenham. I think Tottenham win this game. I think United are too limited up front, so I'm going to say Tottenham win this. I think they win it 3-1. I just think that United, like Rob said, if they start poorly, they lose. I'm going to go for Tottenham. 3-1, Europa League winners, end the misery. Somebody pointed out that, have you noticed this year that so a magpie won a trophy, an eagle won a trophy, and a live bird won a trophy. So is a cockerel going to finally get a trophy? I think it is.
Well, now you know what we think is going to happen in the final. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have heard from Ange Postecoglou and Ruben Amorim, and hopefully James will have made it to Bilbao to tell us all about it as well. Well, first, James, you made it. You're in Bilbao. You made it in remarkable time, having picked up a car and driven. You made it in time for Ange Postecoglou's press conference. It was dramatic, I suppose, to say the least. What did you make of what he had to say and his defence of his kind of record and his future?
Yeah, I mean, he's been like this the last probably 3 or 4 weeks. I would say that there's been a bit of a sense of the writing's on the wall to some extent, and I know what everyone's saying about me and I can't deny it type thing. So I think he went a bit further than probably we thought he would on the eve of a final. I think what was interesting really is that the question that he took particular umbrage to was related to a piece that's only been out about 4 or 5 hours today. So he's clearly read that when he's been in Bilbao, maybe with a bit of downtime at the hotel. And you do sort of think, should a manager really on the day before a major final be reading what people are saying about him? When it was that kind of speculative, is he staying, is he not? How will he be judged? How will he be defined if he loses this game type piece,
Hi, Ange. If you win tomorrow night, this is going to be remembered as one of the best seasons in the club's modern history. But kind of conversely, if you lose, it might be remembered for one of the worst league seasons in the club's modern history. I just wondered if you're kind of conscious that you're walking a fine line between kind of two very different types of infamy in history, really.
That depends on your outlook, Dan, but I'll tell you one thing, irrespective of tomorrow, I'm not a clown. I never will be, mate. And you're really disappointed that you would use such terminology about a person who, for 26 years, without any favours from anyone, has worked his way to be in a position where he's leading out a club in a European major competition. For you to suggest that somehow us not being successful means that I'm a clown, not really sure how to answer that question.
But I thought the last answer was equally quite interesting in that he effectively said, look, the job here is not done, and if you want to get rid of me, you're going to have to sack me, which has been this kind of idea that maybe he's got so sick of the noise around Spurs and maybe frustrated with the general state of the club that he might just walk away even if he wins it. But he was very sort of clear on that. He kind of said, look, you're gonna have to pay me up if you want me to go.
My future is assured. Wouldn't be the first person who changes jobs, mate. We all change jobs. I'm sure you've had more than one job. My future's assured. I've got a beautiful family. I've got a great life. I'll keep on winning trophies till I finish, wherever that is. So don't worry about my future, mate. My future is not entwined with anything. Right? My future is assured, provided, God willing, my health remains and my beautiful family is beside me and my friends. There's nothing wrong with my future, mate. Don't stress, mate.
I meant specifically.
Sleep easy at night. I'll make it.
I will try.
I'll be okay.
I will try. But I meant specifically at Tottenham. Is there a scenario where you win the trophy and you think, actually, my job is done here?
No, because I don't think my job is done here. We're just, I really feel like we're building something, and what a trophy does is hopefully accelerates that. So I still think there's a lot of work to be done. That's quite obvious with the way we've sort of, the challenges we've had this year, which I think are well chronicled. But I think there's some reasoning in the context of that. But also there's been some growth that I'd like to see through. But whether that happens or not is not that important right now. But I don't think. No, but far from think this job's finished, and I certainly feel like there's some growth there that we can take this club to where it needs to be.
I mean, for someone, obviously I don't see him as much as you do. You'd think on the eve of a major European final that it would be excitement, it would be sort of tub thumping a little bit, kind of sort of a rallying cry. But because of all the stuff about his future, he seems quite annoyed, quite sort of edgy. There was a little bit of aggravation, obviously, with one of the reporters in the room. I mean, do you get that sense that he's this is all kind of building towards him leaving after this final, regardless of the result?
Yeah, and I think Spurs as a club have to take some responsibility in this, actually, because if you compare it to Enzo Maresca, Chelsea sort of circulated, and we ran a story as well, a sourced story, before sort of their big Premier League games, and then obviously the European final they've got, the Maresca staying. And it sort of has parked all of that conversation. And the consistent problem with Spurs is that there's never really anybody other than the manager who talks about it. I remember asking Antonio Conte about this when he was manager, and he sort of said, in Italy there's a sporting director or there's a president or somebody comes out basically every game and speaks to the media. Nobody does that at Tottenham. And they're not great around the edges sort of with reporters either. And they're certainly not as good as other clubs. So I can understand how he sort of might feel, well, look, I'm the lone voice and I'm becoming the story, and there's no one really to sort of deflect that or help me do it. So combining that with the fact that he always, if you ask him a stupid question, you will get, he will tell you. But generally, he's actually quite good at, you ask him a proper question, he will try to answer it. He tends to just talk, and then he gets himself into this sort of position.
I mean, there was a question in the press conference before all that about Ange Postecoglou, did he have to address his future with the players before the game? Obviously he said he didn't and he wouldn't do that, but it does feel like there's this huge kind of cloud over everything now that, again, Spurs are trying to win a first trophy since 2008. They've got the prospect of Champions League football kind of meeting all their season's targets in one game, but there's this kind of huge cloud over everything now. I mean, do you get that sense from a player's perspective that this is kind of affecting their preparations as well?
Well, it complicates things, but what I think they're trying to do internally is use it as another sort of signpost to history and sort of say, look, this is a defining moment. It could well be for the manager, as well as this group of players, as well as the captain, Son Heung-min, of course, who's been there a decade this summer and has never won anything. And I thought we spoke very well about that, again, about the sort of genuine desire to end that way. And they should use it really to focus everyone's minds on this final, the importance of it. And if they need any more motivation, then do it for the manager.
And just finally then, I mean, you've sat in the press conference, you've listened to the two players, you've listened to the manager. Has what's happened in the press conference affected how you think the game might go? Do you think that, it might galvanise Spurs? Do you think that they're maybe a little bit, although it's kind of clouding everything, it is kind of complicating what they're going to have to do on the pitch? Do you feel any different now that you've sat in there about how the game might go?
Well, I think the fact that Papa Mato Sarr's fit is a boost for them. There was a bit of doubt about that after he went off at the weekend. That probably crystallises things a little bit in terms of his team selection. I think, the mood around Spurs, that Postecoglou is one element of it, but really that they are. This is an existential. I keep saying it, but this is an existential issue for Spurs. They have an opportunity here to silence the doubters who say they can never win when the prize is in sight. They lost the 2021 EFL Cup final, they lost the 2019 Champions League final. Obviously, Sonny played in both of those games. He can address the players and tell them exactly where they've fallen short, the mentality, the mindset they need to try and get themselves over the line. That's what they've got to focus on. What happens to the manager will kind of take care of itself.
Good evening and welcome to the Manchester United Matchday -1 UEFA Europa League 2025 final press conference. We're joined by players Bruno Fernandes and Harry Maguire, as well as coach Ruben Amorim.
Hi, Ruben.
Just wondering how the team's looking. We saw Euro training earlier and Delo and Xerxes. I don't think we were expecting him to be involved when you said he was out for the rest of the season. So what's the situation there?
Me neither. So they recover quite well. They push. Of course, we respect the feeling of the player, but we push a little bit because they wanted to be part of the team, and that is a very, very good sign. And it's very good for us. Of course, they are limited in the minutes for the game, but they can help us to win the game.
All right, Rob. Well, I've made my short hour and 15-minute drive back to my base camp while you were listening to Ruben Amorim, Bruno Fernandes and Harry Maguire. I mean, these are two teams that have obviously gone into this final with a very similar, dreadful league season, but it sounds as though the mood in the room was quite different to Ange Postecoglou a few hours earlier.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the thing that really struck me sort of coming out of the room after listening to Ruben Amorim, that as you say, I mean, these two teams really are in pretty similar predicaments if you look at the league table. But then you listen to Ange Postecoglou and he's answering question after question about his future. He's obviously getting a bit snappy and irritable with some of the questions. And then fast forward a couple of hours and Ruben Amorim and Bruno Fernandes and Harry Maguire are laughing and joking on the stage. And there was actually a question to Ruben Amorim about sort of why are you not under the same pressure as Postecoglou? And his answer was, I don't know. You know, that he couldn't really explain it. He sort of goes into a little bit of detail about how Spurs and United are two big clubs, and if you lose matches as a manager, you're always going to be under pressure. But when he gets into sort of the differences between his situation compared to Ange's, he really couldn't explain it. I mean, I suppose from the reporter's point of view, Amorim has been there. Well, hasn't been there as long as Ange. Ange is obviously at the end of his second season. You would expect a little bit more progress given that the time and the money he's had to spend. You know, Amorim goes into a little bit more detail about how he predicted all of this, that he didn't really want to join mid-season. He told the board that it was going to be difficult. He said that there was a storm coming. Obviously, the storm eventually arrived. So everything that he's encountered, ultimately he predicted, which he feels has brought him a little bit of kind of sympathy with the fans and also sympathy with the board. But genuinely, because Spurs and Man United's record, in the Premier League at least, is so similar, he can't actually explain why he stood here right now. He's going to start next season as Man United manager, and the suggestion is that win or lose, Ange Postecoglou will probably lose his job. He cannot explain why they're in such different situations.
Hi, Ruben. Ange Postecoglou has just been in here answering questions about whether he might still be in his job, whatever the result tomorrow. Are you sort of surprised, grateful that you don't seem to be under the same kind of pressure, despite the fact that your team has a similar record to Spurs?
Who told you it's not easy?
He wants my job. He'll be a very, very good coach, but he has to work on it in his mindset. Doesn't know how to deal with people. No. I don't know. I know that in this kind of club, also in Tottenham, but especially Manchester United, is strange because you have some coaches that loses some games and they are sacked. It's hard to explain. I think people see what we are trying to do. I think people see that sometimes I'm thinking more in the club than in myself. People understand, especially the board, understand that we have a lot of issues that in the context is really hard. So I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to explain how the fans like me in this moment. So it's hard to explain. I will try to prove myself to the fans, to the board, but I don't have an explanation for you. But again, I think is a good thing for me. I never worry about that. That is a part of being a coach. And the most important thing, I know what I'm doing. And I explain everything. Again, before, when we start, I explained about the storm. I explained all the problems that we have to the board. So I was so clear. I explained that I will not change my idea. So they know they cannot say one thing that I said to get the job and then I changed my mind. It was the opposite. I think the board can understand that, the fans can understand that, but we will reach a moment that we have to win no matter what. So I don't have an explanation for that.
I mean, we've talked a lot on the podcast about the difference in experience, in sort of big game experience between the two squads. what sort of vibe did you get from Ruben Amorim in that regard? I mean, obviously he's a young coach. This is a massive game for him. It's we've talked a lot about it. How pivotal this could be for United's summer, and they're planning beyond that. How did he kind of set? Did he set a good tone for it?
Yeah, he did actually. I mean, and he did. He can come across quite, I don't know, hot sometimes, as quite emotional about these kind of games, particularly after them. But actually, sat in the room with him a minute ago, he actually came across quite relaxed, which is remarkable, really, given that there is so much riding on this for Man United. There's not only is it a trophy and a place in the Champions League, but the narrative around it is that Man United really cannot do without the revenue that the Champions League will generate, and he needs that money to revamp his squad. So there's this huge pressure, at least from the outside, on this game. But Ruben Amorim is sat there like the most relaxed guy in the world, and that really is part of his charm, and it's probably part of the reason why the fans right now seem to like him so much. It's why the players obviously like him. I mean, there was quite a nice moment with Bruno Fernandes on the stage where Amorim is asked about the pressure on his job and or why there's no pressure on his job, and Fernandes jumps in and sort of says, "Who told you that? Of course he's under pressure," and everyone kind of has a laugh and a joke about it. It kind of shows that there is a lot, or it appears to show that United are a lot more relaxed heading into this game. As I said, it is quite strange, really, because in terms of what's on the line for both of these teams, it's quite similar. Both of them need a trophy, both of them need Champions League football. There should be pressure on both of these managers, but just judging from the outside, it appears Man United and Ruben Amorim are a lot more relaxed heading into this game.
And we know that there's a few selection decisions. I mean, obviously, Oggy was typically disparaging about Rasmus Højlund earlier in the day. I mean, did you get a sense from any of the answers that any clearer about who might start up front, who might play in the two number 10 positions, what he might do in central midfield?
Well, he was actually asked about the centre forward position and sort of asked, is it too late in the season to drop Rasmus Højlund? Could you change that system and have sort of a false nine? And he kind of batted it away. Obviously, we're not really expecting him to sit in a pre-match press conference and give away his team. I mean, the real boost for Ruben Amorim today is that Lenny Yoro is back in training. Diogo Dalot also trained with the squad at Carrington in the morning, and so did Joshua Zirkzee, something that we weren't really expecting. I think that Dalot and Zirkzee have been out for too long to play any real part in the game against Spurs. I mean, if you're talking about who could start, I can't see either of them starting, but the real boost is Lenny Yoro. There was a significant doubt about him because he got injured against West Ham, but he's only missed a week, so he's back in training. You wouldn't have thought that he's lost an awful lot of match fitness, so you kind of could see him start the game against Spurs, and that makes it easier for Amorim because he can then pick Lenny Yoro, Harry Maguire, and then one of Luke Shaw or Lindelof. It just takes one of those selection problems out of the way. I still think he's got a problem in midfield with Agate. He's got a problem with Mazraoui. He probably wants him to play at centre half, but we'll have to use him as a right wing back. But it is in terms of sort of injury updates or team news updates that we've had from both managers today, I think the biggest news and the biggest boost for both of them will be that Lenny Yoro appears to be available for Ruben Amorim.
Well, finally then, let's just talk predictions. For me, I've made no secret of the fact I just think United's experience will get them over the line. I do think Tottenham will score. I think I went for 2-1 in the written piece. Nothing I've sort of heard and seen today has made me change my mind. What about you?
No, I mean, and actually, it's just been reinforced after listening to the two press conferences. I felt, arriving in Bilbao, that United had more big game players, more players who can manage these big moments and kind of manage the game better. The likes of Fernandes, Maguire, Casemiro, to name three. And actually, that's been reinforced by the mood around these two press conferences. I know these games aren't won and lost in a press conference room, obviously not, and it'll all come down to the team that performs the best on the day. But just coming away from these press conferences, it feels like the mood is a lot darker around Spurs than it is around Man United. I just think that that's a massive help. And so, when you're talking about the team that's going to lift the trophy, and at this point, I'm going to have to reach for a prop that our producer Tom has bought for us. There, the miniature version of the prize that they're all trying to win in Bilbao on Wednesday night. I actually think that United are a far better place to win this trophy on Wednesday. In terms of the players they've got available, the kind of the mood around the club, everything around this final just points to a Man United win to me.
Look, Rob, you've had a really long day. Go home, we'll go back to the hotel, get some rest. I will see you tomorrow. Everybody else, I hope you've enjoyed this Europa League final special, and we will see you next week.
I'm here in Bilbao. The San Memes behind me looking absolutely spectacular ahead of the Europa League final between Spurs. Two Spurs fans looking absolutely sensational.
Reckon, mate.
Where do you think this final was?
Well, I thought it was going to be sunny Bilbao. Sunny Bilbao, but
That's
the
right.
clouds are out for us today, aren't they? But the sun will be out watching Tottenham lift that Europa League trophy. So I bought it for that reason, Robbie.
Let's not get ahead of yourselves because there's the Europa League final. It's a huge game for both clubs. Let's start with you two first. Manchester United, can they win it?
Yeah, of course we can. We've won it before. I know they've won it, but I don't think they've seen it, to be honest with you. But we've had not a great season in Premier League, but in Europe we're unbeaten. I mean, this has been a lovely season in the Europa League, loving life, scoring goals. We're here to win it, and that's our sole aim, to win this competition, get out of Bilbao, and into the Champions League.
Yeah, same. I'm very, very confident about tomorrow. I think we've beaten them 3 times this season. We've not beat us since, what, last 3 years?
Really? Is that right?
Yeah, 2022.
We've not beaten the last 3 years.
So,
2022. Wow.
So,
Or to make you less confident.
yeah, maybe,
Because lightning
but...
doesn't strike 4
You haven't
times.
beaten
Well,
me
we'll
3
see.
years.
Exactly.
You know
So
what I mean?
I think we're going to
You've
go
got to
into
beat
it very,
them
very
at some
confident. Very confident, very... We know we've got the number on you at the moment, and I think we're actually going to do a job again.
So, excitement levels. You've obviously been here before in Bilbao, and you said walking around the city, the locals are probably favouring Spurs.
Yeah, they are. They are a bit salty.
Yeah, that don't really matter though, to be fair. So what are the locals' favourites? They're not going to be on the pitch, are they? Do you know what I mean? I think destiny favours us. Destiny favours us because...
You haven't been for 3 years.
But you know what, Chet? Yeah, the script is this. Everyone's written us off. Everyone's still writing us off.
Have they though?
Some of your colleagues, the club legends, etc., right? I'm not going to name names. All writing us off.
names.
Saying that Neville, Roy Keane and Scholes. Sending for United constantly, right? Fair enough, look at the position in the league. But saying that, for example, recently, that only Bruno would get into Spurs' team, I think that's outrageous.
But they've also all said, though, that they've all said as well, though, that you will win tomorrow. All of them.
Yeah, they've all
come out and said you will win tomorrow, regardless of who will get into our team or not.
Yeah.
They're still backing you to win tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
Because they're all going along this
because that's like the most likely option. Obviously, they're not silly. Their reputation's at stake. They can't just make outrageous claims. It's obvious that we're favourites, and I think the main reason for that is the recent history of finals and getting W's. All like banter aside, the thing that gives me confidence is that we've gone and done City in the Derby final last year. Year before that, we won a trophy. Football's about trophies. So, for some reason,
What happened in the last Europa League final?
Yeah, obviously you do slip up. You get to so many finals.
I wouldn't say get the W's.
You get to so many finals.
We played Villarreal. Villarreal had a top manager, Unai Emery, who'd won the competition.
Villarreal.
No, but if you look at Unai Emery, he won the 3 trophies in 3 years.
I'm just saying you
with
get W's
Sevilla.
in the finals. Last one, Europa League final.
We played a team with pedigree. I don't think Tottenham are playing. We'll play a team that has.
Some things have to change, okay?
Yeah.
Look at teams that had their droughts. Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal are still going through their trophy drought. But at some point, Newcastle,
Palace.
at some point, exactly, Robbie. At some point, it needs to change. The thing about Tottenham
is you win nothing.
Robbie, it's got to change at some point. Until tomorrow. The silence is tomorrow. But the team has an identity. We've got a manager there in Ange who's pushing. We want to see Tottenham win the trophy, and I believe tomorrow is the perfect time for us to do it.
Things in his second year. What a brilliant thing for Ange would be when he said, "I always win things in my second year." It's his second year.
But it's Tottenham. That's the key.
But it's Tottenham. But
because you know what it is if there's anywhere that you could. That someone could spoil the party. It's Tottenham, I'm afraid. Chiellini said it, the history of Tottenham. Tottenham have not been the team to kind of win them trophies, and they've always been known as a bottle mentality. So if there's any team
mentality,
but if there's any team to spoil it for Ange, and I feel sorry for Ange.
History, football isn't about history books, it's about what is going on right now. And currently, Tottenham are a better team than Manchester United.
But it is about history because a team like us have been there before and done it. Problem is with Tottenham though, they've never won it. And
how far do you want to go back in history, though? You keep saying about the word history.
I mean,
how far's history? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years?
Tottenham laid the
40 years,
foundations
50 years.
for British clubs in Europe. First team to win a European trophy with a Cup Winners' Cup. Exactly. You talk about history, if you really want to talk about history.
He's gone there.
You just said it's not about history, I'm sorry.
No, but you were the guy talking
about history.
You've just completely switched it by talking about it.
You just said, right?
No, I didn't.
Right
I was
now.
talking about football. You guys were the ones talking about history. But I'm saying, if you want to talk about history, let's talk about it because we laid the foundations. You guys were the ones talking about history.
Where's the trophies, bro? Where's the trophy to show for it?
Where's your trophies this season to show for it then?
I'm talking about now.
I still count FA Cup last year as now.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
Because
That's not though, is it?
Because it's recent. It's not history. I wouldn't count that as history.
I think for me, I see them a great team for me is that when it matters the most, they turn up.
Well, neither are great teams. You're 16th and 17th in the Premier League. In the last 6 games, you're both bottom of the form guide in the Premier League. Ipswich have got more points than you two teams in the last 6 games. You're talking about great teams. Neither are a great team.
No, we're a great team. They're not.
What? You're a great team.
Yeah, we're a great team.
Yeah, Tottenham and Man United
out here.
are currently poor in the Premier League, which is what Robbie is saying. And we are. There is no excuse for how bad both teams have been in the Premier League. You can't then use being a great team because currently
but we
both
use
teams
that issue, though.
But no,
great club.
Great team. Currently, both teams have been disastrous, and it's embarrassing the position where we are, which is what Robbie's trying to say. So you can't say you're a great club at the minute because.
No, we're a great club.
No, you're a great club. Current great team.
But
you're not a great team.
No, but the thing is, though, I understand where you're coming from, but I still think for me, history is still on our side, and that's where the greatness still lives on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
Greatness still lives on.
But it's here and now.
No, but
it's here and now.
In terms of the team, I wouldn't say like, oh yeah, this team are one of the greats.
You can edit that bit out if you want. If you want to take that back, say you're a great team.
No, I still think.
What I will say is, stick with that.
I think for me, greatness still lives within United.
Yeah,
I think for me,
that's what
in these nights, in these European moments.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me? Anybody home? All right, interesting European final night. Europa League between Tottenham Hot Spurs and Manchester United. Get in the comment section down below. Let us know, what do you think about the game today? Who is going to win? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whatever time it might be in your location. God is good all the time. Smile. Say hi to people. Thank you for joining us. And we're going to be here for a little while because the game is going to start in about 1 hour and 31 minutes in my location. Yeah, everywhere around the world anyway. You can feel free to call us if you have time. If you don't have time, no problem. Don't stress. No issue at all. So that's it. Good. How everybody is feeling today, man? Tottenham haven't won for a long period of time. United got the pedigree, the football heritage, the final heritage, and all that. So we have Skylar to talk to us about what is going to happen today. Skylar, hello.
Yeah, hello. I don't know what's going to happen because it's literally United are unpredictable. But the one thing we do is we turn up in big games, and big moments. But we'll see. I'm not excited for this final. I just want to get over this because it's not like we finished second. We finished second in the league, and we have some we're excited about this because we couldn't win the Premier League.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a backdoor to the Champions League and a good pot of money. So I would say I'm excited. I just want to get this over with. I think whatever the result is, I just am not too keen on this because the fact that we are in this position and we are just everyone is so tensed. I mean, I have seen so many streams and all these people couldn't stop talking about, oh my God, like this is like the biggest day of our biggest match since Fergie retired and all that. I mean, we are in a position because of a poor Premier League run. Otherwise, if we had a decent Premier League run, we wouldn't have to worry about this. But here we are, and it is a.
But today it could be you killing two birds with one stone. So it could be a very good season for you today if you win it.
because it's gonna give you more money. The transfer window is gonna be better.
The rewards are good, but the season won't be good. I won't accept the fact that the season would be good. We would have how should I say, it would be like a good bonus. That's it.
Yeah.
It's not nothing could save our season because
Yeah, I don't blame you. That's right.
yeah,
That's right.
it's embarrassing. It is nothing short of embarrassment. So even Amorim in his press conference said, I was watching him. He said that it's not a big day. It's not a big final. The club that the size of United should be winning Premier Leagues and Champions League, and I hope he is the guy who does it because, as I mentioned to you in the last stream, I'm starting to look this guy a little bit funny because he's moving a bit mad. So we'll see, man. I hope whatever I think there's still 1.5 hours to go. I can't wait for this to end. So we have some kind of closure this season because it's so annoying. Every time I open or listen to any United fan talk about it's just about about this final. So yeah, it's probably a bit of a downside from my side, but I'm just not excited. I just want this thing to get over it.
Who do you think is gonna play as a number 9 today? Hoyland, or you think we should go
from Hoyland because we can't play Obi Martin. He's not registered in this competition. And Xerxes, I saw his photos on the social media, but he won't be there. He won't be playing because he hasn't had any match practice. So I think Hoyland will start. Maybe if we are winning or something, we might need another goal. We might look in for Xerxes, but I mean, the drill, man. All these players, to get the medal, they'll be fit. I don't know if you remember when we won the Europa League, Eric Bailly was on crutches.
Yeah.
So, if you remember
it was
that
like Abramovich too, yeah.
Yeah, Ibrahimovic, yeah. So all of them were there. So it's not a surprise all of these guys are traveling. Dolo is suddenly fit. He was supposed to be out for the season. Xerxes was supposed to be out for the season. Ahmad has made a comeback. So yeah, I'm not surprised all these guys are back. Even if you saw from the Spurs side, Maddison was supposed to be ruled out, but he's there on the plane. So yeah, they will put all kinds of injection, all kind of medical treatment to play this final. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think it's a big game that everybody wanna play, and hopefully they can perform and deliver a trophy. I heard that Matheus Cunha is signing for you regardless, because some news came out to say.
Yeah, I think that deal is almost done. I think it's just matter of how to structure this payment. I think we have how should I say, we have agreed to the release clause. Now it's all about how much and how we'll play, how much, how many installments will we play this release clause in. Because if you remember, we did the same thing with Xerxes as well. So United at the moment, they are very obsessed with these release clause players. So it's not a surprise we are going in for Cunha, and we are heavily linked with Delap as well. All of these players have a release clause. So now it's just about, obviously, he has accepted to join the club. We have started negotiations with Wolves on how to pay off this payment. And whatever they decide after that, I think it will be official. And yeah, he's a very good player, man. He's a player who fits this Amorim system. He can play multiple positions. He can play number 9. He can play at one of the 2 10s. And if worse comes to worse, he can probably play as a deep lying 8. But we don't need that. But yeah, he's a very good addition. Definitely a very good addition. We need some kind of we need to improve our skill floor. I think it is very, very, I would say, very average at the moment, especially in that 2-10 position. If you take out Ahmad, I think Xerxes is decent on the ball, but apart from that, we are lacking a bit because when Mount or Bruno plays there, we are a bit of I would say a jack out of the box. It's very unpredictable.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely Premier League proven. Yeah, it'll be welcome addition.
Yeah. So it looks like the lineup is not there yet. Probably it's gonna be.
Yeah, it will be another 25 minutes.
Yeah, not yet. Just.
I heard Euro is starting. That's the news I just saw right now. He's fit. Yeah, that's another guy who was injured 2 weeks back. So he's starting. I saw a good journalist. He tweeted that he's starting. So Euro will be starting, which means we'll go with Euro, Maguire, and Mazraoui in the back three, because I don't think we'll risk Delict now. I don't even know if he's on the plane, Delict, because he was supposed to be out for the season as well.
But I think he's gonna be there to collect his medal.
Yeah.
In the stadium. Just even if you are injured, you can still get your
Speaking
medal.
of medals, if you guys lose to Betis, Anthony will get, if United win today, Anthony will get 2 medals. He will get the Conference League
Oh,
medal.
yeah, I see. Because he
Yeah,
played with you Europa
yeah,
League, and
right,
then
exactly.
yeah.
First player to ever do so.
Wow, that's impressive. I don't know why he didn't show that quality in the Premier League. I don't know if just the Premier League is too much for him or the system or whatever. But that brother,
He actually problem with Anthony is that his anytime he's done half decently well under Amorim is in the fullback like a wingback position because we don't play with wingers, right?
yeah.
So we don't really have a position for him
Yeah.
for his skill set. But my big problem with was the explanation given by the manager. He said that Anthony is not physical enough for the league, but Garnacho is. So it
It
doesn't make
makes
really
no
sense.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and he, as I told you multiple times before, Garnacho he now doesn't play as one of the inside 10. He play like left winger,
Mm.
which he eats up so much space for Dogu, which means Dogu is almost always playing like a left mid or a left fullback. So yeah, I mean, look, if we can get some decent money out of Anthony, I mean, I saw Betis they want like another year loan deal with an obligation to buy. I don't know what they'll do with that because we're already having this issue with Sancho. Or both of them are very big on big money. Combined, I think both of them are on 700k, 20
Oh,
million
wow.
on average. So, yeah, we need to
Wow.
find a solution for both those players.
I just don't believe that Betis can afford to pay him that kind of salary.
Yeah, no chance.
Let's hope that another big team or something you negotiate his departure, but that is a lot of money, man. A lot of money. Oh man. Let's see what is happening here. Fabrizio Romano, do you have any news for us? Check on Romano here. It looks like Tottenham Hot Spurs fans. There are many of them. Well, we just see some image that people want to show us, but probably United are a bigger club, but it looks like Tottenham are taking over the town or whatever. Well, it depends on the source, though. All right, let's see. Hansi Flick is signing a new contract to Barcelona, according to Fabrizio Romano. All set and ready for the game. Fabrizio Romano. Hendrik, the young Brazilian brothers, he got an injury. Mr. Bobby. All right, Sir Bobby. All right, it's nothing really much today from Fabrizio Romano. He's at the game, by the way. Joshua, what do you say?
He must be at the final.
Yeah, he's in the game. He's posting some videos that he took with his cell phone. Say hi, Joshua Zirkzee officially part of Manchester United's squad to face Tottenham Hot Spurs tonight. Okay, nice to know. Instead of Hoyland only. He understands that Joao Pedro can leave Brighton in the summer as he's open to a new chapter in his career. Premier League top club are aware of it. Chelsea always is gonna be there. £70 million for Joao Pedro. That is a lot of money. I don't know. What do you think of that Joao Pedro? Is he that good? I think he's a little bit overrated. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean he's decent, but not for 70 million. I mean he's not that good. He's a decent player, and again he's someone who they bought him as a number 9, but they play him almost like a number 10.
Yeah,
so I don't know what his best position is because he's not really. If he's a number 9. He's supposed to be scoring lots of goals, but that's not what he does. So why would I pay 70 million for that? So
that's just a lot of money, or probably the starting point because they know they can rob Chelsea. Chelsea will pay money to any player with a price tag on. They're gonna spend money. So that could be the starting price, but if somebody shows up with 60 million, 55 with add-ons, the problem is I don't want to see like another flair kind of, number 9 at Chelsea. Oh, he can do this. Oh, he can play as a number 10. He can. I'm sick and tired of that. I am looking for a specialist. You are number 9. You are number 9. I want a little bit of size, presence in the box, stuff like that. My old school kind of striker instead of, oh yeah, but this guy can do this and that. That at Chelsea, we have so many of those players that they can do everything, but they are not really excellent in one thing. They touch here, touch there, but I don't know, man. And Chelsea also been linked with Ekitike. Ekitike is a guy that I really like, but he plays more like a Thierry, mostly not really good in the box, like Fox in the box, but can still do the job. Let's see. So a lot of links for players to join Chelsea, but we have to keep in mind everything will depend on what's going to happen on Sunday. If Chelsea don't qualify for the Champions League, we're going to struggle to find the number 9. Or we might overpay for an average number 9. All top names are going to go. I think Delap is going to join Manchester United. Or Gyökeres also can join Manchester United. They are in the Champions League. Very good relationship with the manager. And United got the money to spend. They are in the Champions League. Looks like a very good... but because they have Cunha, I don't know if they're going to add somebody like Gyökeres without offloading some of the players.
Yeah, I think the Gyökeres thing is that the manager wants him. I don't think anyone from the club is too much like they are not that much interested in. We are like we are obsessed with Delap because we have got 2x Man City like connections, with Wilcox and Omo Barada. So I don't see Gyökeres happening to United because like first of all, like that's a lot of money. And we have already got like a 72-pound forward in Højlund in our books. So what are we going to do with that? Because he's been only there 2 years, so we cannot write him off like that. No one is going to be giving us like 50 million. So I think that's a problem for us. But I don't mind this guy Gyökeres if he comes in, but. What's his release for 66 million, right? Something like that, if I'm not wrong. Million pounds. Gyökeres.
Yeah, he's apparently he's gonna be in a region of like 55 million to 60 million pound in that region. But he's also gonna ask a big salary because that's the level that he's at. He might ask 200k a week or something like that. So. Very, very interesting. So Chelsea are targeting Hugo Ekitike, but Frankfurt want between 67 and 84 million pounds. Several English clubs have approached the French guy. Among them is Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea. So this is according to Fabrice Hawkins, not Watkins. So yeah, like I can't wait for Sunday. I can't wait for the Premier League to end so we know what position we're gonna be. And then Chelsea are gonna make some quick signings because after that, 2 weeks after that, we have the Club World Cup start in the US. So we need a number 9. Jackson, very good player overall, but he's just not the guy. He's not a target man. He has zero presence in the box. And every time Chelsea try to play long, he's exposed because he's not such a player that can hold the ball or horrible with his head. Looks like he never ever practiced any day of his life heading the ball. Jackson, I want to keep Jackson in the team because the work that he does for the team, amazing. But on paper, he's our number 9.
Yeah, but Chelsea do need like a traditional centre forward because you guys do create lots of chances, and someone like Neto whipping in crosses for like a Gyökeres, I mean maybe even Osimhen, someone like that will be.
We need those. And I kind of rate Sesko also. If Chelsea go for Sesko, I'll
but
be
that
okay.
is another project, like a project centre forward. That he's like not.
Yeah, he is a project, but he added one more year, one more season in a very top level. Last season, I wasn't sure because he was 20 years old, didn't play a lot of games. But this season, he ended up by signing a contract with a release clause. And I like that because he wanted to prove himself. He wanted to play week in and week out. And this season, he's been playing almost every game and improving. So I think it's not going to take a lot of time for him to explode. But for the profile because of his physical presence and the type of goals that he can score, defensively also he's solid. But yeah. It could be also a project, but I don't mind really getting him if we have no choice. I don't mind. 12 minutes to go until we got the lineup before. Let me double check. It could be we have already the lineup. Because in this kind of competitions, you might... Oh, yeah, the lineup is already there. 2 minutes. Onana in goal. Mazraoui, Maguire, Mason Mount, Bruno Fernandes, Højlund, Dogu, Yoro, Ahmad, Casemiro, and Luke Shaw. Very interesting lineup.
Yes, Luke Shaw. So that is very interesting because that means he'll be playing left centre back because like we've already
left
got
centre back. Oh yeah,
because we've got the Dogu is starting, right? Did you say
Dogu is there? He's there, number 13. Dogu is there. So Onana, Mazraoui, Maguire, Mason Mount, Bruno, Højlund, Dogu, Yoro, Ahmad, Casemiro, and Luke Shaw.
Oh, okay. Then it could be a bit different. It could be Dogu right back, Luke Shaw left back, and Maguire, Mazraoui as like the two centre backs. Look at the
yeah. So on the bench they have Xerxes, Garnacho, Ugarte, Maino, Eriksson, and some other kids from the academy that I can't read names here. Dalot also is on the bench. Oh, interesting. Evans, Johnny Evans, still playing football in 2024?
Yeah, he'll leave the club. Yeah, we gave him a new contract because his wife works at the club.
I mean, for experience for young players in the team is important, but like I have the impression that I know that brother forever, like for 100 years or so. Johnny Evans. Wow. All right, so let's go to Tottenham Hot Spurs starting 11. All right. Vicario, Pedro Porro, Romero, Van de Ven, Udogi, Bissouma, Bentancur, Sarr, Brennan Johnson, Solanke, and Richarlison. Interesting, really. Both teams, I think this is a final. The problem with the final is form goes out of the window. This is one game that you don't want to mess up. And you're going to see energy, tackle flying. It's going to be an interesting game. And people can say they are the worst in the Premier League, but this is one game. This is a final. This is the games that you can play with your you can play with one leg. Even if you are bleeding, you are hurting, you want to play, you want to fight. So it's going to be interesting. Solanke, Richarlison. How? So they are going attack, attack, attack. So Manchester United, the advantage here is you play 5 at the back sometime when you're defending. Now you can hit them in the counter and you score goals. This is Tottenham Hot Spurs. They're going to always give you a chance. They're going to play high line, and everybody knows you just throw one ball behind the defenders and let Mason Mount do the job. I have the impression Mason Mount is going to score today. It's a system that he knows good. I want him to do good because Mason Mount, regardless of the narrative and accusation at Chelsea, I still consider him highly. Because us fans, we're just looking for somebody to hate and make headlines, make theories and narrative. So I think Mason Mount is gonna score today or assist because he's Mr. Finals. He's been there, done it. 3 big trophies in a space of like 6 months or so. Champions League, UEFA Super Cup, Club World Cup. All that Mason Mount was there cooking. So he knows how to win these big trophies. He got this a mindset of a champion. I think he's going to have a good game. And for Tottenham Hot Spurs, first trophy, Ange Postecoglou said that he always win in the second season. So interesting. Thank you, Skylar, for helping and for jumping in. People, you can join us if you have time. If you don't have time, no problem at all. I'm going to continue providing you the news, right? No problem. So I had my brother Skylar in the building. He came to help a little bit. So we had a very good discussion. We had a point of view from a proper Manchester United fan. OG. So if you are a Tottenham Hot Spurs guy and you want to jump and talk to us, feel free to do so. It's free of charge. I'm not going to charge you anything today, all right? All right, so as you can tell, Vicario of all people is in the building. Pedro Porro, Romero, Van de Ven, Udogi, Bissouma, Bentancur, Sa, Johnson, Solanke, and Richarlison. They are going for it. They are going attack, attack, attack. And Manchester United need to be very, very careful because it's going to be wave after wave after wave. But if you manage the first phase of those waves from Tottenham Hot Spurs, you can actually settle and beat them easily. They go for it, and at the end of the day, they will give you chances. That's the problem with Tottenham Hot Spurs, and when they give you chances, you have to take them. Let's check on the bench. Do they have a good bench? Manchester United. Some kid that I don't know. Jed Spence is on the bench. Davis. I'm just checking if they have like, big names from the bench. Not even Son. Son is not playing. Oh my goodness. Son is injured. And he's on the bench. So they want to keep Son on the bench and tell. Yeah. So they still have some quality from the bench. Son been injured and he's fine now. He can play and he can bring his quality at some point to impact the game. Yeah. I think he can help. Also, Matisse Tell, Mickey Moore is on the bench. Odegaard on the bench. Davis, Spence. Yeah, still a very good bench. Very good bench for them. It's a final, man. It's a final. Sometimes it's not about the quality. It's about energy. It's about determination. I've seen a young man, I don't know, 19 years old, Bertrand, playing in the Champions League final. His debut for Chelsea first team was in the Champions League final because Chelsea had too many injuries and suspensions. And the young kid started, and then Chelsea won the Champions League. So sometimes it's not about names. It's about taking your chances. If it's your day, it's your day. You can do it. So let's go back and remind you Manchester United starting 11, my friend. Onana, Mazraoui, Maguire, Mount, Bruno Fernandes, Højlund, Dogu, Yoro, Ahmad, Casemiro, and Luke Shaw. So there you have it. This is can I read some comment in this? I'm not gonna read everything. I'm not gonna scroll down because you might find some compromising pictures there. Some girls putting some pictures that can make me in trouble. So can get me in trouble. So I don't wanna scroll and see the comments because it's live. We are live now, and you can't edit anything, right? It's live stream. So who's gonna win today? People, get in the comment section down below. Let us know. Or you can call us if you have time. If you don't have time, no problem at all. No problem at all. We're gonna be here for a little while. Tottenham. Yeah, today is a weird one. Two of the worst teams in the Premier League playing against each other in a final of a European competition. If that means that the Premier League is the best in the world? No. Or it means it's the Farmers League? I don't know. It's happened. 16th and 17th in the Premier League, playing a European final with a chance to making it to the Champions League next season. Many clubs will feel robbed. Many clubs will say it's not fair, but those are the rules. You can't change the rules in the middle of the season, you know? The rules are the rules. You have to respect them. All right, slowly and surely, continue to smash the like button. Why we are so many people and there are only few likes? My people, smash the like, man. Doesn't cost us anything. I've been here for 1 hour 33 minutes, and I will continue to be here like for 4 hours. Sure, my friends, if you want to encourage your brother, you smash the like button. That's it. That is the encouragement that you give me for 1 second. Okay. What else? Let's check on some headlines, some news. Who's finding the back of the net today between Solanke and Bruno? You never know. It's a final, my friend. This is a final. This is a final. Going to be interesting. Let's see what's going to happen. Kevin De Bruyne is going to get a statue outside the stadium. Well deserved. I think Aguero got one. Vincent Kompany. And who else? Silva. Not Bernardo, the other Silva. So it's going to be Kev. King Kev. In the last few games between the two teams, Tottenham often, I'm not saying always, often find a way to beat Manchester United. For a little while, for years, I know that Manchester United beat them a few times, but most of the time it's been all Tottenham Hot Spurs. So I don't know if I believe in the history today, but anything is on the table. Anything is possible. A chance to save the season for both teams because they bottle it in the Premier League. Both teams need it. Both teams need it. And who need the most? I think both of them. Both of them need. Wow. Interesting. What is going to happen? Ange Postecoglou said that he's not going to resign, even if he wins. Even if he doesn't win, he want to continue. But it could be the right time to leave if you win something. Leave on high. And he said, don't worry about me. I'm going to find another job. I'm going to continue to win trophies. It's not even a problem for me. So don't feel sorry for Big Ange. Feel sorry for yourself. He's fine. That's what he said. Okay, let's check on some other sources here. If we have some news. So people, get in the comment. Let us know what you think. Also, there is a poll asking you who's going to win today. It's Tottenham Hot Spurs, Manchester United, I don't care. Or, you know, I wish both teams lose. Because there are people who don't like both teams, so it's kind of, man, I don't know who to hate today. That's what people do. So Hansi Flick already extended his contract until 2027. He doesn't want a long-term contract. He signed for 1 year and then he extended. Like, he doesn't want to tie himself. But I think Hansi Flick did a very, I'm speaking French, a good job, a great job over there at Barcelona. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it to the final. They are lacking a little bit of experience and know-how because when you are leading, all right, when you are leading like 3 minutes to go, 87 minutes, you are leading. I think normally you don't attack the way Barcelona attacked and losing the ball and conceding a stupid goal the last minute in added time. So a little bit of experience is going to help Barcelona next season. Ugo Ekitike, we already talked about him, but yeah, from the same source, like everybody is repeating the same thing, so it's not important for us to repeat it. See Flick. Somebody's texting me only when I'm live. I'm gonna check on my text when I finish. Yeah. Chelsea could prioritize the sale of Andrew Santos this summer. I don't want Chelsea to sell this guy. We have to see what he can do at Chelsea. But the truth is, Chelsea got amazing midfielders at the moment. So somebody is going to be mad because they need to play every single game. And if they don't play, they are not happy. That's how football works. But I think Chelsea should keep this guy. Andrew Santos. He plays the same position as Enzo Fernandez. Enzo Fernandez been linked with Real Madrid, and some other sources came to say, no, he's not leaving and he's committed to Chelsea, blah, blah, blah. We know how it goes. So It's going to be interesting because I don't want to see any of them on the bench frustrated. Another loan back to Strasbourg. Strasbourg probably are going to play Europa League or something. So let's wait and see what is going to happen. Smash the like button, people. Your help means a lot. Continue to encourage your brother here. Nothing. Everybody is in the mood of this this final, so not much in terms of breaking news. 53 minutes to go, people. 53 minutes. Continue liking, subscribing, and all the good stuff. Dude. Call us if you have time. If you don't have time, it's okay. Because the show is for the people. We are here for the people. And the people need to speak out. Who is gonna win? What is your choice? Alright, so let me show you my page here. This is my page on social media, Twitter. I'm on Twitter, I'm on TikTok, I'm on Instagram, Facebook. I don't know when was the last time I checked it. So yeah, I don't really take other social media seriously, but I'm there anyways. I always drop some good videos here and there. So if you see this logo here, green turf somewhere, follow your brother is gonna follow you back. Alright, so I made a video for the transfer that the bomber that came this morning. Arojo also, Joao Pedro. I don't know why I always try to call him like Joao Felix, because I'm so used to Joao Felix, but he's not Joao Felix, he's Joao Pedro. And also Rodri. It could be a deal. Never say never in football, my friend. You know, Real Madrid want Enzo Fernandez. Enzo Fernandez want to go to Spain. That is a guarantee. Even if he's going to deny, he's going to say, I'm committed to Chelsea. That's what he's supposed to say because he's committed for 7 years. All right? So, don't listen to the PR machine. It's not going to happen. Yes, I don't think it's going to happen this summer, but next summer, keep an eye open on this deal. Enzo Fernandez to Real Madrid to replace Modric and also replace the other guy, Kroos, right? Toni Kroos. They never really replaced him. So Rodrigo is another guy that don't want to play as a right back. He doesn't want to play as a number 10, number 8, number 6. He is sick and tired of Real Madrid forcing him out of positions all the time. Now, you're going to tell me if you are a good player, you have to play everywhere. Not everybody is versatile. You can give something from the wrong position because you are a professional football player. But it's clear, do what you do first and the rest is just a bonus. So this brother is sick and tired of all the time he paid the price. Mbappe wasn't there. Vinicius was there from the left-hand side. He had to switch to the right-hand side. Or the midfield or number 10, false 9 or whatever. He was covering those places. Now that Mbappe is there, it's just making it even more difficult because Mbappe clearly is not a number 9. He doesn't want to be in that position, but this is Real Madrid and he's forced to just listen to the coach and do what the coach is asking him. When he was in Paris, when they played him from the midfield, not midfield, from the middle as a number 9, he went on social media to complain about it, and it's created a World War III in France, right? It was in tsunami, pivot gang, which means, pivot is number 9 in French, right? So pivot gang, so he says something on social media, but you can understand what he was trying to say and the complaint that he was making. And he came out clearly like, hey, I want to play with my number 9. Even in the national team, he said, I want to play with Giroud because Giroud makes me better. So Mbappe is somebody who plays with another number 9, a proper number 9 for him to flourish. So we have a problem now that we have 2 great players, 2 world-class players from one position, or 3 of them. If you can put Rodrigo as a world-class in that category. I think he hasn't reached that position yet because he plays out of position all the time. So you have 3 people who plays in one position. You're gonna make somebody angry, especially when you continue to play them out of position. So this could be a deal for the future. Chelsea getting a left winger. Madrid are getting a midfielder. So probably it's going to be a win-win for everybody. Who knows? Aziz King.
Hey, Mr. Oz, how you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm good. I don't know who to support today. I wish both teams lose, but it looks like Manchester United win is not gonna feel that bad because they are away from London.
Yeah,
But
no.
yeah, Tottenham.
United kicked them out of what's it called? Kicked us to Conference League. Remember?
Yeah.
They're the one that kicked us to Conference League, and sometimes I don't know who to support. Maybe them, or I don't know. I'm gonna lie.
Yeah, anybody really. And Tottenham Hot Spurs, if they win, and then Arsenal are gonna be silenced in London. So it's very, very, very tricky game for both teams because they have a very good teams, regardless of what the position they are on the table. I think they can still provide some really good spectacle in the final. So interesting to see. 46 minutes to go, people. And the game is going to start. So I was discussing about Enzo Fernandez here. What do you think about the?
To me, this is the time to bully Madrid. If you're gonna take Enzo Fernandez, give us Rodrigo and put 50 million or 60 million on it.
You want Rodrigo with 50 million on top?
With extra 60 million pounds.
Okay. Could happen. Chelsea will find themselves in the position where they have too many very good midfielders.
Rodrigo can play from the eighth position.
Yeah, and that's the problem though. Like the problem with me is I'm sick and tired of somebody. Oh, you can play from there. You can play from him. I think you should start by your natural position, and then anything else is a bonus. Like he's a left winger, and we know Modric probably will never play for Chelsea again. Yeah. Jadon Sancho, we don't know if he's gonna stay or go. Tariq George, I think they could send him on loan. So clearly Chelsea will need another left winger, but I don't want to see a left winger that you are switching position for the heck of it, for your own enjoyment, because people need to applaud you for playing people out of position and getting results. So I don't want to see that. I want a specialist from every position. You are a winger, be a left winger. You just do the normal things. The rest is gonna be a bonus. So if people don't know, Rodrigo, the reason he's leaving is because he's been played out of position. He say he's tired of that. You wanna flourish and win a Ballon d'Or from where he feels more comfortable. And if you come to Chelsea and we start switching you the way we do with other players, and it's gonna be almost the same situation. Cesar, you wanted to say something?
Yes. Today, the Europa League final. Your predictions?
My prediction is like, do I even have a prediction? 2-1 Tottenham. But
2-2 United.
I think United, I want, like, if I have to choose, I want United to win because I have friends in United. I have Mason Mount, my boy, play for them. But yes. I feel like, so there is two results here, you know. Another result is telling me, if I have to choose who's going to win, it's going to be Manchester United. But if I
want to say something funny. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. I want to say something funny. I want United to win. You know, my wife is a United fan.
Yeah, good. So you can have peace at home.
I'm telling you, I can have a good night.
Yeah, good night. So you don't sleep on the couch. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I want them to win, but the reality, the way I see the reality, my wish is different than the reality. I see this Tottenham Hot Spurs winning this 2-1 or something. So it's going to be against my choice, but I think Tottenham are going to win. And
you know what you always say? Football is a funny sport.
Yeah, very funny.
Yes. This weekend, the last day games are of Club Brugge.
Club Brugge, what news? It's is the league already over there, or you still have playoffs?
No, playoffs.
Okay.
10 matches. This weekend, the last match day against Antwerp. At home. The last ever game voor de Ouderwereld in his career.
Okay.
And my prediction is 3-0 Club Brugge, but we become champions if Ghent lose against win against Union.
If they win or they lose.
Win. If Ghent win against Union,
win,
we are champions. Can I get the scenarios on my Instagram?
Okay.
I'm gonna look at this. But yes, Man City, good game.
Manchester City played a good game with Kevin De Bruyne last game at Etihad yesterday. That's what you're talking about, right?
Good game. You know, 3 beautiful goals. Some slimy goal, but we give Bournemouth a goal on the Etihad. It's Bournemouth. You know what it is?
No.
Yes. And
De Bruyne missed a sitter. He missed a sitter. It was going to be a perfect send-off if he scored that goal, but he missed that sitter. It was very sad because lost the final of the FA Cup. It would have been good for him to leave with 1 trophy, and then missed a sitter, missed a opportunity, like a golden opportunity, and he missed it. So interesting.
Interesting win. And Mateo Kovacic.
He got a red card.
He got a red card. How did he got? Who was it again that fell by Kovacic?
Say it again.
Who was fouled by Kovacic?
Who played by Kovacic?
Who was fouled on Kovacic?
I don't know. Your microphone is breaking, but yeah.
Yes. I find this scenario, but I don't find them. But I I got it, but I'm searching for it. Oh.
The scenario for the playoffs in
Yes.
Belgium. Yeah.
But I got it. Oh no. I got not it. Oh. OMG. Oh hello. This is disgrace. But yes, how about Chelsea? Are they getting Champions League or?
We don't know. Need to wait until Sunday. Sunday is the last day of the Premier League. So if Chelsea win against Nottingham Forest, they are going to the Champions League. So it's in Chelsea's hand. So that is a good news. The bad news is you play against Nottingham Forest, who are very good, and if they score, go on.
I got some breaking news. Hansi Flick is extending his contract at Barcelona.
Okay. For how many years? For how many years?
Until 2027.
Okay. That is good. He could win the Champions League next season.
But
with Barcelona.
I got a question. Enzo Maresca in or out?
He's going to stay because the owners already said it that they're not going to sack him. So it's useless to say in and out. He's going to stay for next season.
But in the Netherlands, I'm an Ajax fan and we have followed the league after 9 points.
You bottled the lead. Well, you had the lead for 9 points and you bottled it?
Yes. We lost to NEC.
Yeah, sometimes like small teams can make life difficult for big teams.
Yes.
So, yeah, I got your point. I completely got your point.
And PSV are champions where Noah Lang and Ivan Perisic, all ex-Club Brugge, playing.
Okay.
Do you remember Ivan Perisic at top?
Yeah, I know.
Top?
I know Ivan Perisic. He played for Tottenham also. Yeah, so I know that. He came from Inter Milan, I think. He joined Tottenham Hot Spurs. He had a very bad injury, ACL injury, and after that he left Tottenham Hot Spurs, and so I know him. I know him very well from the Premier League.
When is you're expecting into the Conference League final? When is it?
The Champions League final?
The Conference League where Chelsea is playing.
It's going to be on next Wednesday, so exactly 1 week from today.
Yes.
So it's going to be next week, Wednesday, and then after that, I don't even know when it's going to be like the Champions League final. I have to double check.
It'll be this Saturday after we play that.
That's Saturday. Oh, okay. That's going to be Saturday. Okay, so Wednesday we have the Conference League. And Saturday we have the Champions League. So it's going to be very busy next week. And after that, it's going to be a break, a couple of weeks break, and then we have the Club World Cup.
World Cup. Is Chelsea playing in it?
Of course. We are the biggest club in London. How can we miss to that opportunity?
Yes. Where is Tottenham and Arsenal in that competition?
They are not. They never won it. How can you go there when you never made it? You never won anything in Europe.
Yes.
And you're going to the Club World Cup. Sit down. You know your place. Arsenal for life.
It's in the USA.
Yeah, it's gonna be here in my location. It's gonna be It's gonna be in Atlanta.
Living there is exciting. That in the Club World Cup in the US there.
Well, it's exciting depending on the sport that you follow. Here we have so many sports that people enjoy, and we have a culture. Yes. The culture of many people is basketball, American football, baseball, stuff like that. So it's kind of shared. But football fans, they are increasing every single year. Like, there are so many fans. So it's just because the country is so big. It's just like a continent. Yes. So you might think, they don't have enough fun. But if you compare the fans that we have here, every single state, you will be amazed. You will be like, whoa. Okay, Arsenal for life. Hi, so you change your your screen name again. Remember, he changed his name to Arsenal Champions League winner 2025.
No.
That's what his screen name was. I told him, brother, I know you for years. I know how you struggle and suffer every single season. We're going to win the quadruple. We're going to win the treble. We're going to win the double. We have bigger fish to fry. The end of the season, you win nothing. And you don't listen. Even if you are in the semi-final, don't do those kind of stuff. You're going to humiliate yourself. Arsenal would do the Arsenal the last minute. All right?
Yes.
So know your place. Do not be arrogant before winning. This season, you guys said, because Manchester City are crap, this is our year. What happened? Liverpool won the league. The Champions League, we have bigger fish to fry. We don't care about FA Cup. We don't care about the Carabao Cup. We don't care. And then Champions League, the rest is history. So know your place. Be humble. You are Netflix FC. Next season is always your season. So let's hope that next season you can do something. But for now, go on vacation, enjoy your vacation, and come back and be humble next season. All right, my people, let's go.
Yes, I have found the scenarios finally.
Okay.
So, Union champions if they win against Ghent, or they is a draw and Club Brugge not win against Antwerp. If they've lost and Club Brugge losing, Union are still champions. And our scenario, if it wins against Antwerp and Union is not winning against Ghent, and is a draw and Union losing, we are champions.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you. That sounds like you can do it. Club Brugge is a big club in Europe, so you can do it. I think you're gonna do it, and I wanna see you happy.
Yes, maybe Chelsea, Club Brugge in the Champions League.
We're gonna smash you. We're gonna destroy you.
Yes,
Aston Villa killed you home and away. So
I remember that I was headless after that game. I was angry on my. Our defense was terrible. Brandon with that almost, I thought it was a goal for Bruges. But I
think you gifted them goals. You gifted them on goals, penalties, whatever.
We have gifted. And a red card in Villa Park. Not a red card.
Yeah, that is from your perspective because you are a Bruges fan.
No.
So that is your perfect perspective, but I think it was red card because the VAR checked on it. Many people got involved to check if it was a red card or not. But we fans, we don't agree with the referees. We don't agree with the VAR. It's always somebody want us.
In England.
It's like somebody is the reason why we didn't do this and that. So, but I respect your opinion.
Yes.
I respect your opinion. That's
and
the way.
Something great. And Club Brugge last weekend won the game against Anderlecht 1-3, and we have unbeaten 5 games against them.
Yeah, unbeaten run. So the problem with those is like one day, even if you're unbeaten, you can be beaten. So it's gonna go away one day. Mr. McKean, you are in the building, brother. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All is good. God is good. This is unfortunately this is one of the only finals where it would be nice if both teams can lose, but it can't happen,
Okay, yeah.
So even a draw can't happen, So I would want, United to. I want the crumbling to carry on and to roll on to the next season. I would like to see Spurs win in uh in the dispense of United, as just to finish things off, and
Yeah, if
yeah.
Mhm. If
No,
they
no,
win
sorry, go on.
if they win a European trophy and Arsenal don't win anything, the banter is gonna get even better.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I've seen. I don't know if you've seen the stuff going on about Enzo Fernandez and all of
Yeah,
these things.
tell me about it. What do you think?
I think it's fantastic, and
If he
I think
leaves or if he stays?
the conversation itself, the fact that it's happening, the fact that it's in the atmosphere, it's a positive thing. It goes to show that this these owners,
Mm.
they don't sit on their hands. They're actively working, try to figure things out. They're not as rigid as I
Mm.
thought they would be. They're quite flexible if they're willing to get rid of Fernandez to get like a Rodrigo, or make space for Santos. It makes sense. It makes sense because the player could be better, you know,
Mm.
and it could work for us. And most of these players, their dream is to either go Barca or Real Madrid. So I don't see a lose here. I don't see a lose here.
Yeah, I think Renzo Fernandez will jump to the opportunity to joining Real Madrid. He's South American. That is a dream for them. And the problem is he got 7 years as contract at Chelsea. So Chelsea got the power. Unless if Enzo Fernandez said, my time is over here, let me go. Force his way kind of. And if Real Madrid pay good money, and that could happen. Do you see like a swap deal plus money kind of, Rodrigo?
That would be the best case scenario.
Mm.
But from what I've been looking at and reading about, it seems like the club wants equal value for the player, as in they want the same money back for the player, and I
Mm.
don't think that's realistic. I don't think that's really fair on the market.
Mm-hmm.
Many teams could do with Enzo Fernandez, but why does he have to go for 105 million and 125 million?
Mm.
That's not really fair, but it's a possibility.
Interesting. Still very early to say anything, but it looks like it could get serious after the World Cup or next season. But do you
It's
think
a win-win. It's a win-win. It's for both sides.
How old is Rodrigo?
I think
24?
he's under 20. Yeah, under 25 for sure.
Yeah, it's the same age as Enzo. So Chelsea might need somebody from that left-hand side. My only issue is like, are we gonna play Rodrigo in his natural position, or are we gonna make him very uncomfortable from other positions? Because he's
We could play him. We could play him on his original position. We could, and to be honest, here, like it's a difficult situation that we're in because we got midfielders here that, like in Kunku and Sancho, that we play as wingers and attackers when they're really midfielders.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to it, it's like you have 6 players for one rotating position.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Someone has to go. Someone has to go.
Okay, my friend. Thank you so much for jumping in, and I'll talk to you next time. Thank you.
Peace.
Peace. All right, that was Brother McKean live from the city of London, UK. 24 minutes to go, people. Get in the conversation. Get in the conversation, and let me double check if we have some news. Some more news from the game. This is Josh, huh? Yeah, Josh, this the brother from Tottenham Spurs, giving his opinion here about Tottenham. Very interesting game. Let's jump and check on other sources and see what is happening there. Double check. Tottenham Hot Spurs. Yeah, logically, I don't wanna Tottenham to win, but my head is telling me that they're gonna win. If I have to choose somebody to win, it's gonna be Manchester United. But the reality is telling me that this Tottenham team, they can wake up on their day and beat anybody. And the United, so you see the Tottenham Hot Spurs players are getting in the dressing room. Yeah, nervous. I think everybody is nervous in the stadium. Matisse Tell, the Brennan Johnson and all the big boys, they are in the building. So let me remind you the lineup. If you wanna call us, do it now because we're gonna take a break and then we're gonna come back here if we have time. The show is gonna be live though. It's gonna be live for hours and hours, but we take a little bit break on and off, so to allow you to watch the game and come back. They have Tottenham Hot Spurs got a solid team, to be honest. Vicario, Big Vic in goal. Pedro Porro. Romero is the captain of Tottenham Hot Spurs today. And they have Bissouma Yves Bissouma, Odogi, Van de Ven, Bentaku. Yes, I'll take you right now. Let me finish what I was saying. We have Sarr, Johnson, Solanke, and Eriksen. Solid starting 11 in my opinion. And in a final, you don't play a final, you win a final. So anything is possible. And for United, let me just remind you, Onana in goal, Mazraoui, Maguire, Mount, Bruno Fernandes, Højlund, Rasmus Højlund, Dogu, Yoro, Amad Diallo, and Casemiro. He used to be called Casemiro, by the way. He changed his name because they made a mistake, and he changed his name to Casemiro. It's like funny. Pele gave us a story about how he became Pele. It was like people were making joke of his name, and Pele just mean, I don't know, bad things. But in the end, he ended up by, everybody's calling him Pele. So he ended up by changing legally and being Pele that we know today.
What was his full name?
Okay, Mr. Karamo, yes, go on.
Yes, Mr. Osgood, I don't know whatever you...
I have to mute you, Mr. People's Republic, because you are eating something we can hear. So if you wanna talk, you can unmute, because I put you on mute. Let's go, Mr. Karamo.
Yes, I want to talk about Man and Tottenham Hotspur.
Yes, sir. Go on.
Yeah, I scare about money because money, they are the team. If you want to take something, then if people are always laughing at them, they can all come and beat Tottenham very funnily. The game is going to be very funny. They can come quickly and beat Tottenham.
So you think Manchester United are going to beat Tottenham?
Although I'm a Chelsea fan, I want Tottenham will definitely not like a rivalry because they go too long not taking any trophy. So
you're feeling sorry for Tottenham. You want them to get one
yeah,
trophy.
I want them to get one trophy for this season, definitely. For this one I want them to get because Man just last year they get trophy. Year before last they get trophy. So yeah, definitely for me, not for rivalry, not for London rival. I want Tottenham to take this trophy, definitely. That's my opinion.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's my feeling. Yeah. And then our team also, the way we are going, we have to final right now. Definitely
Nottingham Forest and Betis.
Yeah, definitely. The Nottingham Forest is the ones who make me I'm scared on that game because the referee the GeForce, the English FA GeForce, that referee, you know that guy record and Chelsea, yes. Yeah, so that
but it's gonna be very difficult even for Chelsea because we play a final on Sunday and we play another final on Wednesday. And you know, in La Liga, what they do if a team is in Europe, they always give them.
This is playing Friday.
Yeah, so they twist the schedule just to allow them to be good in Europe. So they're gonna have extra 2 days, but it's not an excuse because we have just to try to win it.
Yeah, we are big team also. We can beat Betis. But it's going to be difficult. But we are going to win them. And I listened to Top Bali, one of his interview also in I don't know which platform. There's that interview he do day before yesterday or yesterday like that. I don't know whether you saw that one he's doing. I don't know.
I didn't get your question.
I say I listened to one of the Top Bali interview. One of the platform, he's talking about the club. So the journalist asked him about the Chelsea, about whether it's easy to take over the club like a Chelsea. So he tells him Chelsea is a big club, so we take this business. We want to put Chelsea the place they are before. So we want to compete. We want to take everything. So for us also, we are taking our best. Yeah, sorry for my English. My English also is not
It's okay. We all struggle. That is not our first language. Don't feel bad. I watched the interview a little bit. I didn't finish it, but he said a lot of stuff about Chelsea.
Yeah, he said a lot of stuff. For me, I finished all the interview. The thing he took there, for me, I think Bali he want to spend for this team. Yeah, for only him, he can spend for this team. He can make this team go up. Yeah. But for another parts, definitely I don't take those. So I'm always following you. So because of time difference, that's why sometimes I didn't call. But I always follow you, and even your show pass, I can go YouTube. I watch it as well. So always I'm following all your platform. Green Talk.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, yeah.
Much appreciate it. Thank you so much, my brother.
Can I ask your guest one question?
Yeah, if he is gone. He wanted just to say hi, he's gone.
I'll ask you, Mr. Oaks, the same question. So let's just say, this is just a hypothetical question. This is not good reality. If Chelsea were in some kind of financial problem, okay, and they were forced to sell one of these three players, Enzo, Caicedo, or Lavia, who are you going to sell?
Well, first of all, we're not going to get in that position.
This is hypothetical. This is hypothetical, just for fun.
Well, you have to check on the need of the team, like what the team need and what we got in the team, what position is congested, and we have to get rid. But we don't have to only get rid of them because we still also have.
It's just a fun question. Out of those three players, if you were forced to sell one, which two are you going to keep and one you're going to let go reluctantly?
For me, if I say it, I'm going to be a hater here because you are going to say Enzo need to stay at any cost, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But for me, if that is the question, I'm going to ask myself, I'm going to sell Enzo Fernandez because you get good money on him. And then you have so many players who can play from his position already. You have Andrew Santos coming back. You have...
but he's been sold. Andrew Santos. Andrew Santos is now already in the Arsenal Bayern München, and who was the other one who wants to buy
Just
him?
because they are linked with 1,000 clubs doesn't mean they're going to sell. People are making headlines for money and clicks.
No, Chelsea bought him for 18 and want to sell him for 50.
Those are paper talk. How many times we already sold Caicedo? We already sold everybody in the team. We sell them every single day. That's how this business works. I've been doing this long enough to understand that 99% of those crap will never happen. But you just talk about it, you just you just analyze because it gives you time to make a video. Right? That's the problem.
Okay.
It's not going to happen.
The other rumor, which seems to be persisting, which is very annoying because I'm still hearing about Enzo. Real Madrid is very interested in Enzo. I don't know if that is true or just paper talk.
That's the problem. Like now, people are making theories and like analysis and make it bigger than probably it is. Somebody even said they saw Enzo Fernandez girlfriend or whatever in Spain looking for a house already. So people will always add those, oh wow, kind of stuff. They're just lying. It's just manipulation. Like without anything, oh, he's looking for a house already. Like last season, he was also linked to Real Madrid. What I can say is South American players, they like to play for Real Madrid, they like to play for Barcelona. That is like, for them, it's just like graduation. It's just like, oh, you made it really if you got there. So if Enzo Fernandez himself say, you know what, my time is done here and I want to go, I'm not going to be opposed to it. You know, it's not like a big deal or something, you know.
But if he's on an 8-year contract, how much transfer does Real Madrid have to pay to get him? Because they can't do their normal business their way. Let a player, don't renew your contract, let it run down, and we get you for free. This one they wouldn't get for free. They would have to pay a lot of money, or what?
Well, that is the problem. That is why, like the Rodri kind of situation comes in. Let's say you need a winger. This winger is frustrated here. He doesn't play. Or Enzo Fernandez wanna leave. Let's make a deal, pay us some money on top, and win-win for everybody. So I think, yeah, that's the way it is.
The only way out to do a deal with Madrid was with Enzo Fernandez. Okay, you want to buy Enzo? Good. We want Courtois back. We want Rudiger back. Plus, we want like 40 million.
I don't want them back. I don't want them.
You don't want them back?
No. They are past. No. They are already past. They are slowing down already. They are going to the graveyard. Rudiger now is gonna be out until September or October in that region. He just had a surgery because he been playing with a lot of pain for so many months just to help Real Madrid because they had the worst injuries ever. He's 33 years old, declining. No, it's gone. It's gone.
But he wasn't afraid.
Courtois is a fucking
snake
that betrays us. He refused to train. And we let Peter Cech go just to accommodate him. We did everything for him. He refused to train. And we had the power to say, no, you're going to stay here. But when somebody starts doing this kind of stuff, you let him go. And he forced his way out. And the way he talked about Chelsea as a small club, he made a lot of interviews, came to Stamford Bridge, start laughing at the fans, kissing Real Madrid badge in front of fans at Stamford Bridge, all that. No, just go. It's over. Your time is over. Enjoy your time over there. I want to see the future. The future is you are giving them like a 24 years old World Cup winner. You need somebody with some kind of future, not somebody like he's at the end of his career. Oh, let me get 56 years old Modric or whatever his name is and come to Chelsea. That brother Abramovich tried everything to get him, even invited him to his yacht in Monaco, and then everything was agreed and Levy didn't want Modric and whatever, Modric. So no, for the past, I'm gonna have to look in the future. You want or you give us Mbappe or something, you know? Give us Bellingham.
This Chelsea team needs an old, experienced player to so like these young.
That is another case. There are so many of them there. You can get them on free. Jonathan Starr or other character for cheap. But making a deal to give one of your best players to just get the finish, the people who are already washed, they can give you something here and there. But, you know, even Courtois, the mistakes that he's making is just like absolutely crap. And they become even injury prone. Courtois was out for the entire season. Remember last season? He had an ACL injury. He was the entire season out. You don't want somebody like him. And Maresca Ball, he's not gonna play Maresca Ball. That brother is horrible with his feet. He's tall, a good shot stopper and whatever, but you know, he's not a kind of Maresca player. Let me say hi to Le Français Dev.
Le Français!
Bonjour, bonsoir, tout le monde.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, it's been a very long time. I hope everyone here is doing well.
Now we heard you. We're doing very well.
Well, I first like to start by saying, Mr. Oggs, that I'm in a west side, a place that I'm usually not, I'm not around. So that means if I get cut off, it's because of the reception and stuff like that. So,
yeah, sure. No
so
problem.
feel free to mute me off or anything. And to join the discussion, I'm hearing about the Enzo Fernandez transfer, and I wanted to share my opinion on that. And I believe it is a great strategy and is very perfect for Chelsea's market. With everything that's happening right now on the media, I would say sell Enzo Fernandez. Even when People's Republic said, among all the three midfielders, who will you sell? Honestly, I would say sell Lavia because of his injury records. But as for right now, he's fit, he's getting into it. And the reason why I will say, if Real Madrid wants Enzo Fernandez, let Enzo Fernandez go to Real Madrid. And then the reason why is what it does for this club is it will motivate these youth Brazilians. It will motivate these youth great next big thing. Because we've started a new generation. We've started come to our football club, we will give you the greatest name ever. And when the big clubs like Real Madrid and Barca comes, we will make money out of you. If you Enzo Fernandez.
The problem with Enzo is we overpaid. We paid a ridiculous amount of money. We destroyed the market. We created a lot of inflation by paying that kind of money on Enzo and Caicedo and Modric and stuff like that. Yeah.
I don't think Enzo Fernandez has lost his value. If
the
it's something I have to add,
they're not gonna pay 150 million, bro. We bought him for 120 million. How much do you think
they're gonna have to? Look, Mr. Oaks, they're gonna have to pay 100 million because guess what? He's about to lift the Europa Conference League, and he's played in the Premier League. Okay, so if the Premier League is one of the best league in the world, and you have a young Enzo Fernandez coming from Benfica to the Premier League, went from a struggle to now he's looking solid. He's not, I wouldn't even say he's not consistency, but right now you can see that he's putting in 5 good games and maybe 1 bad game or 2. So I don't think his value has dropped because if Real Madrid don't give us that 100 million like we wanted, guess what? They're gonna have to meet us in the Champions League. And Enzo Fernandez is gonna be there, Mr. Oaks. It's kind of like what every club did to us when we was in the window transfer. They realized that Chelsea is so desperate. Brighton, oh my goodness, man. Look at what Brighton did to us.
Who's that guy? The captain?
I'm sorry?
I was asking Mr. Oaks, who's out the cup? Is that Giroud?
What do you mean?
One who came with the cup. Are you watching the game?
I haven't switched to the game yet. We have to finish this because I have to take a break.
Me either. In 5 minutes I'll join. But I was going to say, Mr. Oaks, when we was in the transfer window, we was desperate. Everybody took advantage of us. Even if we wanted Zuma back, they would have sold him us for 60 million. Like that would have been crazy. So it's time for us to reverse how we were treated. And Real Madrid is desperate for midfielders, very desperate. And if they're gonna get somebody like Enzo Fernandez, they are not just getting a player; they are getting reinforcement. They are getting the control of the midfield. It's like we are technically telling Real Madrid, "Here, take this. We're a small club. You're gonna be bigger forever." No, no. If you big man, we don't respect big man. Pay the money if you big man. You know what I'm saying? Take it or leave it, because you've been winning the Champions League back to back. So that's why I think Enzo Fernandez hasn't lost his value. Because even if we sell him, we
he's
got Santos.
He's a World Cup winner. Plus, he's on a 7-year contract anyway. So,
and People Republic, he's a captain of Chelsea.
That's right.
The problem is, I understand the value depends also on who's gonna pay. You can say it's 200 million, and nobody is paying that money. That's what I say. Like, the value is still high according to your own perspective. But the other guy perspective might be low because he's not willing to pay that price. That's the problem.
Mr. Oaks, you've seen this before. Let me tell you what I'm gonna do if I got employed by this Chelsea market. Yes. Real Madrid, 100 million. Real Madrid said, no. I'm like, okay. Barcelona, Enzo Fernandez, 95 million. And I start creating rumors. I start to create these rumors. Barcelona, do you want him or no? Atletico Madrid, do you want him or no? PSG, do you want him or no? And I'm pretty sure in this Premier League, clubs have money to want to buy Enzo Fernandez. Because we've seen Enzo Fernandez kiss the badge several times and he still end up leaving.
Yeah, I don't believe in proper Chelsea or kissing the badge thing or try to push Mason Mount so people can applaud you. I don't believe on those show off forcing love or something. I just believe that it needs to go naturally. Give me your score prediction because I have to disconnect in 2 minutes. I've been here for 3 hours. I have to take a break and then come back at halftime because the game is about to start in 2 minutes. Le Français, give me your score prediction for this game. Yeah.
0-0, two clowns facing each other. It's gonna be a boring game. How do I predict a game like this? Oh my!
So who's gonna win? Just tell us who's gonna win the cup.
Somebody. The fans.
Nobody.
It's the history. History is gonna win. If Tottenham wins this game, they're gonna treat Chelsea like we equal. I don't want them to win. And if United win this trophy, nobody's gonna be surprised. So at least United is gonna win. I'll go for United because if Tottenham lift that trophy, the way they're going to make fun of us if we don't lift a trophy this season, it's going to be catastrophic. So I'll go with United.
Okay, People's Republic, I'm going to come back to you. So, Le Français, thank you. People's Republic, give me your score prediction quickly, and I'm going to close the door with Mr.
United
Victor.
win 2-1.
Who? United?
2-1, yeah.
2-1 to Manchester United. Okay, brother Victor, you wanted to say something, but unfortunately I'm at the end. So you have your 1 minute left. What you wanted to say? Probably at halftime, you can join me again.
I will be very happy to see the back end of Fernando. Enzo Fernandez has to just go to Madrid, get the money back, even if you lose 20 million here or there. Just let him go. We don't necessarily want the other guy back here if the money is not right. But let him, not because Enzo Fernandez is a horrible player, but at this point in time, he cannot be the staple midfielder at Chelsea. It's not possible. He is not strong enough, not athletic enough. He doesn't have the passing range to be able to hold this team and make sure that we are successful next year. So if they can swap him up, I would take Lavia any day, even though he's prone to injury. Because when he's in the team, he offers you way more than just being a defensive midfielder. And I know that somebody will say, oh, Enzo scores a goal every now and then. None of his goals were worked out. None of his goals were, he started the attack and joined it at the end of it and put the ball in there. Or, it's just the ball comes to him or he's in the right place at the right time. No, that is not somebody who actually should be playing 10 every now and then and helping or 8 every now and then helping the attack. So I really, really believe that he is not necessarily a Chelsea material, especially if you're going to make him a captain and pencil him in every now and then for every day for our games. He stays in the game and everybody else will be substituted and still there because he's what. So I really cannot wait. If it's true that's the rumors goes and he's leaving, I'd rather get rid of him quickly. Because if he stays and it gets worse, you're not gonna get 100 million from him. So that's what I have to say. I will watch the game and see you on the other end. Thanks.
Both teams in their traditional colours. Spurs in the lily white, Manchester United in the red shirts, black shorts, black stockings. And we are going to get underway. It's going to be Tottenham to kick us off in the 2025 UEFA Europa League final. And we are underway here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Tottenham Hot Spurs against Manchester United, the second All-English Europa League final. The previous one taking place 6 years ago as Chelsea got the better of Arsenal by 4-1 in Baku, Azerbaijan. United with the early possession. Luke Shaw towards the edge of his penalty area, out towards Yor on the left-hand side. Plays it forward towards the centre. What else are going to get there, but intercepted in the middle of the park by Rodrigo Bentancur. But foul in there by the Tottenham number 30 on Højlund means that Manchester United will have an opportunity from an early free kick to try and get themselves up the field. And in matter of fact, actually, it's gone the other way because Rasmus Højlund found himself in an offside position as he tried to pull it back. So, free kick here to Tottenham to be taken by Christian Romero, who has the responsibility of the captain's armband tonight here for Spurs. Out towards the left-hand side and in towards the path of Udogie, into the possession of Mickey van der Ven, who's being put under early pressure by Rasmus Højlund. It goes back to the keeper, Vicario. Romero in towards the path of Pedro Porro, who scored a stunning strike in the second leg of their semi-final against Bodo Glimt. Looked to chip the ball upfield on the right-hand side. Came off of Patrick Dorgu and had a play for Tottenham throw-in, right-hand side, right by the edge of their own penalty area. In terms of their route to the semi-finals, once they got past the odd tricky ties, been quite plain sailing, particularly the semi-finals where there were comprehensive successes for both sides. Tottenham got the better of Bodo Glimt, 5-1 on aggregate, won the first leg 3-1 at home before a 2-0 win in Norway in the second leg. Manchester United beat Athletic Club 7-1 on aggregate in their semi-final. Spurs look to move the ball upfield, but Luke Shaw will watch off the advancing run of Brennan Johnson. Not the ball out of play, but the decision has gone Tottenham's way. It's going to be a corner to them on the right-hand side. Shaw clearing it, saying it came off of Brennan Johnson, but having a look at the replay for behind the goal, there wasn't such a touch from the Tottenham number 22. So Spurs have a early set piece on this right-hand side. 2 minutes gone. Spurs 0, Manchester United 0. Corner to be taken on this near side as we look at it. The right-hand side is Tottenham attack, and it's going to be Pedro Porro to take this set piece. It's going to be a right-footed in-swinging delivery. A chance for Tottenham to make an instant impact in this final. Porro's delivery towards the back post, but Maguire was shoved to the floor as the ball came into the penalty area. So Manchester United will get a free kick. 2.5 minutes into this Europa League final. Tottenham Hotspur 0, Manchester United 0 here in Bilbao. And it was Mickey van der Ven, the player that hauled Maguire to the floor. Well, Utd Postecoglou is under big pressure, and even in his pre-match press conference yesterday, he had to face some stiff questions from journalists, batting away one from a written journalist saying that he isn't a clown, despite suggestions in a written publication that he could either be that or a hero, depending on the result tonight. In the middle of the Spurs half, Rasmus Horn has found himself down on the floor. Manchester United have a free kick in a decent enough position, around about 35 yards out from the Tottenham goal. It was Christian Romero that brought Højlund down, jumping in the air and using Højlund as a springboard for it. So United with a free kick just centred towards the left-hand side, round about 30 yards out from goal. It's going to be Luke Shaw to take it. He's going to swing it into the penalty area on his left foot. 3.5 minutes gone. Tottenham 0, Manchester United 0. Shaw's delivery towards the back post. Flicked on by Maguire. Back in towards the mixer. Not fully away by Udogie. The ball goes out of play for a corner. It was a missed kick from the Spurs left back, and it left Vicario in a precarious position. He tried to recover it, but he could only knock the ball out of play. And so United will have a corner on the right-hand side as they attack. Maguire dinking the ball down, and Udogie with an air kick, and Vicario tried to keep it in play, was unable to do so. And so corner for Manchester United to be taken by their captain Bruno Fernandes. He has number 8 on his shirt. A goal tonight would mean number 8 in this competition this season, and he would win the Golden Boot potentially. Joint top goal scorer in the competition this season. Corner from the right side, swung in right-footed towards the 6-yard box, cleared away by Tottenham, comes back out towards Shaw, who'll play it back to the halfway and towards the possession of Mazraoui. Pings it out to the right-hand side, glanced on by Fernandes, who's been put under pressure by Richarlison. Højlund gets there, Vicario's off his line, back into the path of Fernandes, inside the area, free and white up against it. Fernandes still has a strike or goal on his left foot. It comes off the chest of Romero and then cleared away eventually by Brennan Johnson for Tottenham. One back by Shaw on the halfway. Mason Mount on the left-hand side in the middle of opposition territory. Casemiro to Shaw. Shaw back into the path of Lenny Yoru on the halfway here for Manchester United. Along the line towards Mazraoui. Casemiro inside the centre circle. Maguire has got Shaw on the halfway. Finds him on the left side. 5 minutes gone here in Bilbao. Tottenham 0, Manchester United 0. And there's a lot of questions as to what kind of pace, what we would see from this particular final, whether it be a little bit staccato, a little bit rigid because of what's at stake. Well, it's been a fairly open-ended start for both sides, playing on the front foot, and both teams with an early glimmer of an opportunity. Spurs with a couple of decent forward moves. United with a shot from Bruno Fernandes have had a look in a goal already. As Johnson's looking to feed through Solanke on the half, unable to do so. It's one back by United. Ahmad back into the path for Casemiro on the halfway, being put under pressure by Ibasuma, who pushes Casemiro to the floor, and Manchester United will get a free kick as a consequence. On the halfway, Ruben Amorim in a blazer and white t-shirt this evening, looking to become only the third manager to win a major trophy in his first season in charge of Manchester United after Jose Mourinho, where he won the League Cup and this competition, and Erik ten Hag, who won the League Cup a couple of years ago. And he's looking to become only the third manager to win a major European title with an English club aged 40 or younger, after Howard Kendall won the Cup Winners' Cup with Everton in 1985 and Gianluca Vialli in the 1998 Cup Winners' Cup. But it's Tottenham moving forwards here. Richarlison goes down, but Mazraoui perfectly times his challenge and moves United upfield towards the halfway on this right-hand side. I was looking to put it back into the path of Ahmed, who couldn't quite read the pass, but it's going to be a throw into Manchester United nonetheless on this right-hand side. Spurs are pinning for a free kick for a high boot on Richarlison by Casemiro a couple of moments ago. That was batted away by the referee Felix Zvaya. Here's Højlund on the half, breaking on this left-hand side. Will get the better of Basuma. 25 yards out from goal is the Manchester United number 9. Basuma sticks his right leg out and knocks it out of play. Manchester United throw on the left, best part of 25 yards out for the Tottenham Hotspur goal. 7 minutes gone. Spurs 0, Manchester United 0 in the 2025 UEFA Europa League final here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Manchester United competing in their 9th major European final. Only Liverpool with 15 have reached more among English clubs, and the Red Devils have failed to win 3 of their last 4 such finals, losing to Barcelona in the Champions League finals of 2009 and 2011, and in the final of this competition on penalties. You may remember that penalty shootout against Villarreal in 2021, finished 11-10 to Villarreal on spot kicks. The only player to miss their penalty was the Manchester United goalkeeper David De Gea. It's Andre Onana between the sticks tonight, and he has possession for United, plays it out towards Lenny Yoro towards the edge of his own penalty area. Onana lays it out towards the left-hand side, and Shaw, heavy first touch, put under pressure by Brennan Johnson. That pressure told, tried to clear it upfield, rebounded off of Johnson back into the path for Shaw, and it's going to be a Tottenham Hotspur throw on the right-hand side, right by the edge of the Manchester United penalty area. It's going to be taken by Pedro Porro, who was looking for the option short, but Patrick Dorgu cut that supply line off. Back in towards the path of Bentancur. Here's Basuma. Back in towards the possession of Romero. Right hand side, 10 yards inside United territory. Porro swings the ball in right footed towards the back post, looking to find Richarlison. Flicked away by Mazraoui. It's going to be another Tottenham Hotspur corner, this time on the left hand side. It was a beautiful pinpoint cross in towards the penalty area by Pedro Porro, swung it in right footed from the right hand side, 25 yards out towards the back stick, but Mazraoui knew exactly where Richarlison was, glances it away, and so Tottenham with another corner, their second of the game, this time from the left hand side. 9 minutes gone, Tottenham 0, Manchester United 0. Once again, it's going to be taken by Pedro Porro. It's going to be another right footed in swinging delivery. You're listening to the UEFA Europa League final here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Goalless after 9.5 minutes. Porro with the corner. Left side, right foot in, swinging delivery towards the near post. Punched away by Onana. Comes back out towards Johnson, edge of the box. Here's Basuma. Out towards Porro again. Hoyland making chase for United. Porro's cross goes in. Low drilled. It was a tame one. Headed away by Mason Mount in the end. It comes back to Udogie on the halfway here for Spurs, being put under pressure by Ahmad, goes down to the ground under the challenge of the Manchester United number 16, and Tottenham will get themselves a free kick just inside Manchester United territory on the right hand side as they move forward. It was a shove in the back of Udogie on the right elbow by Ahmad, which conceded the free kick. A big bold punch though from the corner before from Andre Onana to stop Tottenham in their tracks. Both teams have made a positive start, and I suppose you expected a bright start from both teams. Two teams that play on the front foot just because they know exactly what's on the line this evening, exactly what is at stake. Their season is defined by what happens here this evening. 16th and 17th respectively in the Premier League this season. Ball given away cheaply here. Brennan Johnson, right hand side inside the area, looks to hook it back. It's parried away by Onana, comes back in second time. It's cleared away by Manchester United. Eventually the second effort came in by Pape Sarr, and then Richarlison goes down towards the edge of the penalty on the left hand side under the challenge of Mazraoui. Tottenham have a free kick towards the edge of the penalty area, and it's Ange Postecoglou's side who are very much on top over the last few minutes or so. Mazraoui jumping over Richarlison towards the edge of the box, conceded the free kick, but prior to that Maguire clumsily giving the ball away. Brennan Johnson driving towards the byline inside the box, hooks it back, parried away by Onana. Second effort off Pape Sarr was blocked by United, but they have to see out another set piece here. And a free kick to Tottenham right on the edge of the penalty area on the left hand side as they attack. 11.5 gone. Tottenham 0, Manchester United 0. Here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. It's going to be Pedro Porro again on that wander a right foot to deliver the ball in towards the penalty area from this left hand side. United will advance towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Porro to strike it. Right footed. In towards the area. It's cleared away. Rebound off for Charles, who gets it second time. Has an effort. It's bundled around, pinballed around the box, and out of play will go for another Tottenham corner on the left-hand side. Manchester United at tides in 6s and 7s defensively, and Tottenham are just coming forward at will here. There's another opportunity from a set piece. The ball fell loose to Richarlison towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Tried to set himself up on his more favourable left foot for a shooting angle. It comes off of Bruno Fernandes at the end. It's another Tottenham corner, and there's some pushing and shoving inside the 6-yard box, which Felix Vaya is going to try and cut out immediately. Papsar's the man he's having a conversation with. Tottenham's third corner of the game. Manchester United with a solitary one in the opening 13 minutes of this Europa League final. Potter again to take on his right foot, left-hand side, to the near posts, where it goes inside the penalty area. And apologies for the slight interruption there. We just had a couple of technical hitches. The corner didn't amount to anything as we have a look at pictures here of Son Heung-min on the substitutes bench. I suppose the big absentee as far as Tottenham Hotspur are concerned this evening, as both managers go through their instructions. 13.5 minutes gone. Tottenham Hotspur 0, Manchester United 0 in this Europa League final on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Here's Shaw falling on this left-hand side towards Dorgu, who gets the better of Porritt. Inside the box he goes down right on the edge of the penalty area. The referee says no. Cleared away by Tottenham as far as Maguire. Short towards Casemiro. Maguire on the halfway on the left-hand side here for Manchester United. We'll switch it out towards the right and in towards the path of Mazraoui. Steps infield towards the centre circle and back towards the path of Lena Yoro. Yoro towards Maguire. Maguire to Shaw. Shaw, left-hand side on the halfway here for Manchester United, being chased by Brennan Johnson. Shaw, who had to evade the challenge of Papsar, manages to find Fernandez. Yoro towards Mazraoui, who drives down the centre here for United. So it's out towards Dorgu, who chests it down edge of the box on this left-hand side. Got Potter up against him, crosses it in, left-footed, comes off the Tottenham right back for Manchester United throw on the left, which is adjacent towards the penalty spot. Dorgu takes it back towards the path of Luke Shaw in the middle of the Tottenham half. Maguire, crossfield ball towards Dorgu, inside the box, hooks it back towards the near post. And Christian Romero is taking no chances with Rasmus Højlund bearing in on goal. Will knock the ball out for a Manchester United corner on the left as we pass the quarter of an hour mark here at the San Mamés in Bilbao. Tottenham 0, Manchester United 0. And now it's Manchester United's turn to try and eke the breakthrough in this Europa League curtain closer. It's going to be Fernandez to take this corner from the left-hand side. And it's going to be, as ever, a right-footed in-swinging delivery. The Manchester United captain, who has had to dig his side out of a few problems in this competition this season. 7 goals across this campaign for him. Fernandez, right-footed delivery towards the back post. Parried away by Vicario. Maguire wins it back. Ahmad in space. Takes a shot on his right foot, which ran across the face of goal, but it goes wide on the left-hand post by a good 3-4 yards. But that's the first real effort on goal from either side. The first real bona fide chance. The corner came in. It was parried away by Vicario. Maguire played it back in towards Ahmad. The angle was tight for him, with a couple of Tottenham defenders bearing in on it. He struck it through the length of his right foot, went wide on the left-hand post by a couple of yards. And the first real opportunity of this Europa League final has fallen to Manchester United and has fallen to Amad Diallo, who 2 years ago was playing in a championship.
Tottenham have had a spell, Manchester United have had a spell, and neither one have had a really good sustained spell of possession.
Thunderous pace inside the San Mamés Stadium here in Bilbao. Solanke picks up the ball midway through the Manchester United half, leaves it towards Richarlison on the left. Richarlison's cross, making the run from midfield was Papsar. Shaw retract the run, put out a play for a Tottenham throw.
It's a great ball in by Richarlison, cuts back on his right foot, whips it to the near post, and Papsar, he makes the right run, but he just doesn't do it without any conviction. I think if that was Solanke or Richarlison on the end of his own cross, there might have been a different outcome, but Papsar just didn't look convincing at all.
18 minutes played. We're awaiting the opening goal here on 5 Live on the BBC Sounds app as well. And with the new audio stream that's available through the BBC Sounds app as well, that live radio dial, you've got the cricket as well, which is on Sports Extra. And then we've got a simulcast tonight on the National League playoff between Forest Green and Southend on Sports Extra 2. A new facility that will give you more choice of listening through BBC Radio 5 Live. But this is the Europa League final, and it is 0-0 as Solanke holds the ball up. Good scoring record of late against Manchester United in his career. Out for a Tottenham throw on that far side, the left. The Manchester United side, incidentally, who are the only unbeaten team in Europe. They have won 9 and drawn 5 of their 14 games in the Europa League. Richarlison nicks it into the path of Porro. Mount got the ball first. Porro, though, was caught and he's hobbling back to his feet as Onana, overarm style, throws it out towards Mazraoui. No let-up in the pace.
Pace is frenetic, it really is. Turnover possession.
Ahmad gets away from Udogie. Rolls away from the Tottenham left-back. Plays it back to Bruno Fernandes. Along the ground now towards Maguire. Every white shirt, though, back behind the ball. Here is Shaw. Dorgu on this near side, the left. Mason Mount had made that run out towards the left touchline. Goes back towards Shaw. Once again, from a position of promise, they find themselves a little bit now on the back foot. Shaw hooks it over his head. Nice touch, though, by Mason Mount towards Dorgu. Tries to run away from Porro, who followed him, and he opens it up towards Yoro. Yoro now will quickly pass the ball towards Mazraoui on the Manchester United right-hand side. Ahmad now has it with that short pass, but comes to a standstill and then passes it back towards Yoro, who's recovered from that injury that forced him out of the Chelsea game on Friday. That's the only one change that they made from that defeat at Stamford Bridge. Ruben Amorim said he wanted to keep the preparation to be competitive. He thought that was the best way of approaching this Europa League final that you're listening to on 5 Live, Radio London and Radio Manchester 2.
It really has been an excellent start, pace-wise and tempo. Both managers on the touchline trying to get messages onto their relevant teams, but I'm not so sure that the players are going to hear anything inside this stadium. The atmosphere, like the game, is brilliant.
Can you imagine what it would have been like had Athletic Bilbao not been knocked out in the last 4 by Manchester United?
It was excellent here for the home leg, wasn't it, when they played Manchester United here?
Here is Dorgu, forward, left-hand side, looks for a cross, delivers it. Mazraoui rising, his header though, couldn't get there first. Comes out towards Ahmad, slides it in. Bruno Fernandes, slow ball in, and gathered in safely by Vicario at his near post as Højlund was on the follow-up.
Again, Manchester United's best opportunities have come down their right-hand side. Ahmad's going to be the one that's causing problems. He gets in once again, in behind Udogie. Udogie pushes on, can't get back into position. In turn, he finds Bruno Fernandes. He tries to get it across the 6-yard box. Vicario, that time at his near post, dives out, takes the catch.
From a goalkeeper's point of view, we talked about the different approaches just then from the two teams, as Vicario, who hasn't featured in the last 2 Premier League games, and Kinski actually, incidentally, is not even on the bench tonight for Tottenham. From a keeper's perspective, would you have preferred to have played?
Absolutely. As a goalkeeper, I mean, there's only the early rounds of maybe a domestic cup and away at a non-league or a smaller league club that you might not fancy playing. But as a goalkeeper, it's about confidence, it's about playing every week, getting into a run, getting into a groove. If I was coming into this game, I'd certainly want to play the 2, 3, 4 games leading up to this for sure.
That's Paul Robinson, the former England international, who was here 3 weeks ago when we watched Manchester United collect their only clean sheet in the last 10 games, incidentally, against Athletic Bilbao in that 3-0 success. And the red shirts here have been awarded a free kick midway through the Tottenham half.
They were good, weren't they, Manchester United? I think that's arguably the best performance that I've seen from them under Ruben Amorim, because they played an Athletic Bilbao side who are an excellent team, the best defence in the league, and it was on paper it looked like a really tough conquest for them.
And that's a deal with a very lively atmosphere as well, as Shaw. That passionate support that if you've ever been to this proud region, the Basque region of Spain, you'll know what it's all about. A unique club of Athletic Bilbao, and the supporters are extremely partisan. Nothing materialised from the free kick. From a throw on the right, Ahmad stopped by Basuma. Richarlison still quite deep inside his own half, comes forward, dispossessed though by Mazraoui. Casemiro, who scored in both the semi-final legs against Athletic Bilbao. Manchester United in possession. Bruno Fernandes inside the centre circle. Solanke goes with him. Out to Mazraoui. Back towards Bruno Fernandes. Takes it on the run and shows too much to Udogie. Pops it up towards Richarlison and invites Mazraoui to head the ball for Manchester United. Spurs, though, have it back. And that is Solanke that has been felled, and it will be a free kick to Tottenham as the players surround the German referee, quick to get their point across to the match official.
It's such a tough call to say who's having the best of the game. When you look at the stats now, and in the last 5 minutes, Manchester United 62% possession to Tottenham's 38%, but earlier on in the game, it was probably the flip side of that for Tottenham. It really is such a closely fought, tight game. There's no space on the pitch whatsoever, and both teams are battling, appealing, fighting for every single decision.
24 minutes played, 0-0. This is Van de Ven at the back for Tottenham. Goes infield to his defensive partner Romero, the Spurs captain. Son is on the bench tonight, and then Porro slides it in short, but Johnson was expecting a ball over the top. Breakdown in communication, out of play for a Manchester United throw.
It's got to slow down at some point, the tempo in this game. Somebody's got to try and take the game by the scruff of the neck, whether it's a Bentancur, a Papsar, a Basuma, a bit of quality on the ball, Bruno Fernandes, Casemiro. Somebody just control the game and have some sustained possession.
Basuma stepping forward from midfield, good run. Dorgu says he gets the ball, the referee agrees with him. Shaw chips it away, Dorgu can't keep the ball in play, it's a Tottenham throw. Midway through the Manchester United half on this near side to right, 25 minutes played, still 0-0.
It's the wide areas and the pace that Tottenham have got. Brennan Johnson on this near side, they're looking behind the two fullbacks that Manchester United have got, and Dorgu pushes on to try and exploit that pace.
Porro waits, he's level actually, he's just crept forward, he's now level with the penalty area on the right hand side, gets it back, shields the ball away from Mason Mount, tries to wriggle through both Mount and Dorgu. Dorgu that wins that challenge, and it'll be a free kick to Manchester United. Ange Postecoglou, his 100th game tonight in charge of Tottenham, first Australian to lead a side into a major European final, and he is yet to take charge of Tottenham where the game is finished goalless.
That's incredible, isn't it? In 99 games, he's never had a 0-0. Surely he's not going to start tonight, is he? I mean, he's under huge pressure, isn't he? We know, talked about his future before the game, but we saw him come out before the game and walk through the plethora of media that were below us, and he got a fantastic reception from all the Spurs supporters in unison.
It's on 5 Live last night, and Kelly Cates said, "What do you expect?" I said, "I can't call it." I said, "I don't know which way it's going to go." I said, "But there's one thing for guarantee, it won't be goalless." The last goalless draw for Spurs was against Milan in March 2023. There's been 111 games since. And you watch the curse of the commentator, it'll be 0-0 and we'll go to penalties later on tonight. We'll have to wait and see. In fact, I've got to say there was a great statistic from Bill Edgar in the Times that Ange Postecoglou is looking to be the first manager to go without a goalless draw in 100 games since Bob Brocklebank for Bradford City in the early 1960s. Bill Edgar comes up with some absolute belters of statistics. If you're a little bit of a nerd like my good self, you like that, didn't you?
That's an incredible stat, it really is.
Great
and
name
it's
too.
one of those stats that you're probably not ever going to find out whether it's true or not, because it's that good.
Great name as well. That's Bob Brocklebank, not Bill Edgar.
Easy for you to say.
27 minutes played, and it is 0-0. Bentancur, forward ball. Udogie on that far side, the left with the cross. Onana. Well, you could see him shouting towards Dorgu. Dorgu wasn't that far away, but Dorgu didn't know that nobody was coming from behind him. He just bent his knees and chested the ball behind for a corner. 27 minutes played, 0-0.
There was nobody around him, was there? Chip ball to the far post. Goalkeeper knows it's going out. You can see Andre Onana on the replay screaming to Dorgu, "You've got time, let it go." Whether he didn't want to take the chance, he couldn't hear him. Puts it on his chest and he puts it out harmlessly for another corner. Didn't need to do that, Dorgu.
So in front of the Tottenham Hot Spurs supporters, the two banks of predominantly white shirts that fill that allocation. At the end towards our right-hand side, Porro on this near side, the right, lifts his left arm. He was ready to take the corner kick, and the assistant referee has stepped in front of him. Once again, the referee is just having a word as a bit of jostling in that crowded penalty area. Porro patiently waits, now delivers it, right-footed. Comes towards Richarlison. Hooked away by Dorgu, headed back by Basuma. Maguire heads it away. Gets good distance on it, like head tennis at the minute. Casemiro's header gets a good length. And then Bentancur running back all the way towards Vicario, right-footed, plants it downfield, first time all in yellow. Solanke tried to chest it back towards Romero, who'd stayed in the attack. Udogie off the chest, quickly closed down by Ahmad. Free kick to Manchester United. It is relentless.
And it's another example there of Tottenham's goalkeeper not taking any chances. Normally there, we've seen him so often earlier on in the season. Long ball back from Bentancur, normally would take a touch, look to play out. He was getting closed down by two Manchester United players, took no chances, foot straight through the ball, back into the Manchester United half.
But for all the hurly-burly nature and the fast and furious frenetic pace of the game, there's been very, very few chances. Ahmad flashing one across the face of goal as Manchester United with the free kick. Ball stroked downfield by Bruno Fernandes towards Ahmad, who bursts into the penalty area. Ahmad now fires it in, and then eventually it's Papsar who puts it out of play for a throw.
He's got the beating of Udogie. Ahmad, he's been the liveliest player on the pitch for Manchester United. Once again, he fronts Udogie up, and once he gets in the penalty area, he knows that the Tottenham defender can't touch him. Papsar tries to double up. There's two of them there. Goes one way, goes the other way. It turns in Udogie inside out, doesn't know where he is. Gets a decent ball across, goes out for another corner. But he's been sharp, Ahmad. He's been lively. He's been the best player for Manchester United.
Just a delay to that throw-in on that far side, because Romero is down actually inside the 6-yard area at the moment. So a lot of white shirts are surrounding the captain. He's flat out on his back is Christian Romero. It was Ahmad who was coming forward. I'm not too sure whether there was a bit of a flailing arm by Højlund that might have just caught the Spurs skipper just on the side of the face.
That's exactly what it was, isn't it? Both of them fixed on the ball. Højlund trying to get a steal, trying to get in front of Christian Romero, but in doing that, catches the Tottenham skipper with an elbow to the side of the face.
And still, but in fact only now as he just slowly but surely got to his feet. So the game should be able to resume. Half an hour played. 5 Live, BBC Sounds Out, Radio London and Radio Manchester from the BBC, and it is still 0-0. Manchester United from that throw-in on the right-hand side go back to the halfway line. Shaw in the centre circle goes long, flicked on by Mazraoui. Ahmad controls it, strokes it back, early ball in by Fernandes, blocked by Sarr, and off his legs it runs out for a Manchester United throw 10 yards up from the corner flag.
It's definitely an area that they're targeting Manchester United, even then when they go longer. But it's Ahmad, that time it's Mazraoui, pulls away to the left-hand side, onto Udogie. Manchester United get another throw-in in the opposition's final third.
Manchester United again with that throw. Ahmad, Richarlison in front of him, away from the Brazilian. His cross though was wayward, it was deep and out of play. It goes for a goal kick that Vicario will take. Paul Robinson.
I think they'll be glad of the rest, the players. I think Vicario's taken his time, ushering the Tottenham players up the field. His two centre-backs are in the 18-yard box, doesn't look like he's going to give it to them. But the game's been played at such an incredible pace. You can't really say who's having the better of the game. There's been no real opportunities. Neither goalkeepers had to make a save to prevent a sure goal. Both sides are pressing high, pressing fanatically, and it's been played at a real pace. Tottenham players now all going up to the Manchester United half, and once again, no chances taken. The goal kick's going to be going long.
They weren't afraid to go long, were they, when you were in the Arctic Circle for that second leg against Bodo Glimt? And from that, they go downfield, and Richarlison is able to turn. Just showed too much to Casemiro, who's got an excellent European record, Casemiro. Of his 8 European finals, he's been a runner-up just once, and that was indeed just the Super Cup against Atletico in 2018, as Bissouma was caught on that far side and has stayed down. Play continues meanwhile. 13 minutes to go to half-time. Bissouma is still not on his feet. It was a heavy challenge as Maguire hits it long. Dorgu can't keep the ball in play, and it goes out for a Tottenham throw, but still Bissouma is down.
Yeah, he got caught. Free kick wasn't given. He made a lot of noise over on that far side. It was Mazraoui. And to be fair to Mazraoui, the Manchester United defender, he does just stand his ground. Bissouma runs into him. There's a collision of knees. Looks a painful one, just above his knee on the thigh. It'll be a dead leg. Will be a painful one. And Postecoglou waving over to his player. Get up, I think he said, if you can lip read on the television. It's a painful one for Bissouma.
Well, I'll be hoping that it is an injury that he can shake off, given the fact that there's no Bergvall, Madison or Kulusevski. although they have travelled, came out a day earlier than Manchester United just to settle in this northern city in Spain. It is the 7th largest stadium. It's a very impressive one as well, as we're 10 miles south of the Bay of Biscay. It was a gorgeous day yesterday, clouded over a fraction this afternoon. The atmosphere, it would seem, has been quite a decent one, hasn't it? Figures ranging from either 60 to 80,000 English football fans in the beautiful city of Bilbao.
Listen, what we've seen this afternoon in the city, the atmosphere building, both sets of supporters. It's been a brilliant atmosphere, but they've also been joined by Athletic Bilbao supporters as well. Such a great bunch of passionate supporters. They've welcomed the two English teams.
Udogie coming forward. He was having his shirt pulled there by Ahmad, but he still goes on. And Udogie makes a run now towards the left corner of the area. And then the referee gives a free kick to Tottenham. I wonder if he's going to produce a yellow card. We're yet to have a yellow card so far. But Ahmad was definitely pulling the shirt of Udogie.
Yeah, Udogie got the wrong side of Ahmad. He was away from him. He was pulling his shirt, pulling him back. He chose to let him go. Passed him on to Bruno Fernandes, who in turn, he took him down, giving away the free kick. The players are surrounding the referee. I think the Tottenham players want a yellow card for Bruno Fernandes. Ahmad's getting booked for the initial shirt pull. It's the referee didn't actually blow for the free kick. It was the challenge by Bruno Fernandes that he blew up for.
Ahmad then is quite rightly booked 10 minutes before half-time. It was persistent holding, which the referee, to his credit, tried to let the game flow. It's a free kick then to Tottenham, playing from left to right, probably about 6 yards in from the left touchline, and about 22, 23 yards out from goal. Manchester United once again have Ahmad just as a one-man wall. Højlund also stands as a solitary figure, and then you've got a line of red shirts trying to deal with Van de Ven, Richarlison, Brennan Johnson, Romero and Solanke. Felix Faye, the referee, having a word with two Tottenham players, Richarlison and Van de Ven. There is a good gap though, good 10 yards between the line of Manchester United players and Onana, who's just off his goal line. Porro hits it in low, stopped by Højlund. Ahmad can't get there, and then clattered away by Bruno Fernandes. And it will go all the way through to Vicario, all in yellow, outside of his penalty area.
That was Pedro Porro's first real poor delivery. Tottenham had everybody set up. It looked like a really well-worked set play, but the delivery wasn't right.
Brennan Johnson now, he delivers a cross. Solanke, handball. Bounced up, clear handball, free kick to Manchester United.
It's getting scrappy, isn't it? I think the game's getting a little bit stop-start. Referees having to give a lot of free kicks. Bruno Fernandes currently surrounding the referee. Whenever there's an incident now, the referee's getting surrounded by both sets of players appealing. Udogie on the far side, Basuma was just caught. This time Bruno Fernandes is in the referee's ear. Onana taking his time, and once again, the United players making their way down the pitch, and Onana's going to go long.
About 8 minutes to go to half-time of normal time here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Onana hits it, right-footed. Højlund had three white shirts to contend with, dropped towards Johnson, downfield, Maguire's header to Richarlison, gives Solanke something to chase. Yoro didn't go back, caught in possession by Sarr. He had Solanke behind him and he turned, and Sarr was the one breaking from midfield, but it's picked up there by Onana, still goalless.
Took a chance there, Lenny Yoro, the ball in behind, he's getting closed down by Solanke. He was half waiting for his goalkeeper, but the goalkeeper was never coming. He was 10-15 yards away. Lenny Yoro took a chance, turned into trouble, turned into Papsar. He got away with one there, Lenny Yoro.
Onana goes long. Again, Romero beats Højlund in the air, comes towards Maguire, heads it forward. Bruno Fernandes has gone down holding his head. The referee will have to stop play. Bruno Fernandes, I think he's all right. He got up, had a word with the referee, and then went back on his back to start rolling around again.
Yeah, he's been in the referee's ear for about 5-6 minutes now, Bruno Fernandes. He generally seems to have one of those phases in the game when he starts moaning at the referee, he's not happy. There's a coming together there, both jumping for the ball, both of them eyes fixed on the ball. Papsar gets there first, there's a slight clash of heads. Bruno Fernandes goes down, immediately rolls round, and then when he gets the free kick he gets up and he still moans at the referee.
And from that free kick, Maguire hits it right-footed out towards Dorgu, controls it in between his legs off that left boot, rolls it back towards Shaw. Has the experience, of course, of playing in a European Championship final with England, indeed scoring in 1-2. Is Ahmad able to turn? Mazraoui on the overlap. Mazraoui's cross blocked by Udogie, and the loose ball stayed in play. Picked up by Richarlison, who runs forward, and Richarlison now has Bissouma going ahead of him on that left-hand side. Bissouma runs into Mazraoui, picked up now by Fernandes to Højlund. Højlund uses his strength to hold off Van de Ven, and then the referee gives the United free kick. You don't have much time on the ball in this game.
No time whatsoever. It was a free kick that time. Højlund did really well. Number 9 play, if you like, back to the goal on the halfway line. Van de Ven was taking no prisoners there. Højlund took the ball. Referee brought it back. It was a foul. Manchester United get another set play where again they're just inside the half. They look like they're going to go forward with it.
And they go to Ahmad, and Ahmad now runs forward. Ahmad cuts to the edge of the penalty area, gets his left-footed shot away, and it was a lot of the pace was actually taken off it, and he stayed down, Ahmad. Play continues meanwhile for Spurs. It's not a head injury, but I think Udogie does the right thing and puts it out of play for a throw, because Ahmad is in a lot of pain.
Yeah, he's holding the back of his neck. Ahmad laid down about 10 yards outside the Tottenham Hot Spurs penalty box. Tottenham players questioning what he's done. He's cut inside, he's hit a really good shot, and it's a collision with Richarlison. He just falls awkwardly. It's one of those where you fall awkwardly, his shoulder and your neck, and you just crick your neck. Looks like he's going to be okay. He's got up now, to the frustration of the Tottenham fans.
That low shot, though, which was comfortably saved by Vicario, has actually gone down as the first shot on target 5 minutes before the game. You know how these two sides...
shot. That wouldn't have even gone over the line.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. It has been credited as the first shot on target. But you know how these two sides have got contrasting fortunes?
Yeah.
And they play well on a Thursday night. And I think you made a joke on 5 Live, I've heard you say it. This is a Wednesday night.
Wednesday.
This feels like a Premier League game.
Reverted to type. I mean, it's a Premier League game on foreign soil, isn't it? But both of these have had excellent European campaigns. Manchester United, obviously, still unbeaten.
Play underway. Bruno Fernandes and Ahmad is all right as well and running freely. Mazraoui stabs it towards Bruno Fernandes. Caught though in possession by Pape Sarr. For Tottenham Hotspur in predominantly all white, playing from left to right as we look here in Bilbao. 4 minutes to go to half-time, still goalless. Richarlison waits and now receives the ball on that left touchline. Bentancur makes the run into the inside left channel. Plays it back out towards Sarr. Low cross comes in, Johnson is there! He's smuggled the ball over the goal line! Brennan Johnson for Tottenham Hotspur! The breakthrough goal! 4 minutes before half-time! Delirious celebration in the Tottenham Hotspur end! There was nothing that O'Neill could do, and Johnson pounced, and Tottenham Hotspur lead. Manchester United by a goal to nil.
And it was a scrappy goal. It was a wonderful ball in from the left-hand side, right-footed in-swinger. The Manchester United defence, they couldn't deal with it. The goalkeeper stayed on his line. Brendan Johnson got there. He got there in front of his defender. Didn't really make a clean connection with it. Andre Onana dived to his right, fumbled with his left hand, fumbled with his right, and couldn't keep it out the goal. It was the first good bit of play from Tottenham on that left-hand side. Lovely whipped-in ball, in behind the back four, in between them and the goalkeeper. Pape Sarr it is with a delivery. Bounces just in front of Brendan Johnson. Bounces up, hits him on the underside of his thigh. Then he gets another connection with it, pokes it past Onana, who's already on the floor. And watching the replay, that comes off Luke Shaw's hand. That's going to be an own goal. Brendan Johnson gets there at the near post. It comes off the underside of his leg, comes back, hits Luke Shaw's arm, and it's Luke Shaw who diverts it.
Or does Brendan Johnson get a second touch?
Has he had another touch in
I
front
think
of
he might
Onana?
have had a second touch, you're right. As it strikes Shaw, as he's falling to the floor, he just has a little swish, and he might have got another telling connection.
Whatever it was a mess, it was scrappy, and it wasn't pretty from Manchester United's point of view, but it was a brilliant ball by Pape Sarr, and Brendan Johnson's made the most of a scrappy situation at the near post.
And still, that record goes on. I told you that Ange doesn't do goalless draws.
And he also doesn't do many clean sheets. We might have a few more goals yet.
Yeah, 13 clean sheets in all competitions this season for Tottenham. But they have had the better of the meetings against Manchester United. They've won all 3 this season, and for the 4th consecutive time they have scored the opening goal against United, who've got a chance to immediately respond. Bruno Fernandes with a free kick, Richarlison volleys the ball away, it goes out for a throw on the far side. All the noise is coming to the end away towards our right. The end to our left, that is predominantly red, is silent.
Well, you can see what it means to those Tottenham fans. Immediately when that ball hit the back of the net, they came down the stand in their droves. People falling over seats, falling down the aisles. And over in that far corner, Brendan Johnson, Papsar celebrating. The scenes over to our right, absolutely fantastic for those in white shirts.
It's his 18th goal of the season. He scored after 38 seconds against Bodo in the first leg. As here is Bruno Fernandes, his volley in the penalty area blocked. We've had to wait a little longer for the opening goal here in Bilbao tonight. It arrived 3 minutes before half-time. Tottenham lead. Manchester United's cross by Bruno Fernandes, volleyed away by Basuma. Comes out towards Maguire. We're inside the last 60 seconds. And if you thought from a Tottenham point of view it's been an agonising wait since 2008, the next 45 minutes will be purgatory as they lead. But to dare is to do. That is the club motto. And he gambled, he did dare. And it reaped his rewards for Brennan Johnson. And they are bouncing in the stands, are the Spurs supporters. Great noise here in Bilbao. I think there's been if you're not a supporter of these two, there's been an ambivalence.
I don't think there's
and a
such
morbid
a thing.
Fascination.
There isn't a thing as a neutral inside this stadium.
No.
You said about the allocation, the ticket allocation. All you can see is red and black or white and blue. There's no real neutrals inside this stadium. The noise is phenomenal. The game did need a goal. It was a scrappy goal. It wasn't pretty, but the Tottenham supporters won't mind. Just watching it again. Papsar's ball into the near post was excellent. Scrappy from Manchester United's point of view. Off Luke Shaw's arm into the path of Brennan Johnson. Looking at it again, taps it into the corner. Onana can't do a thing, clutching at thin air.
A strong smell of sulphur too, from maybe some of the pyrotechnics that had been let off in the Tottenham end. They were crazy scenes of celebration. We're into 2 minutes of added on time, and all the noise is still emanating from the Tottenham Hot Spurs supporters. Manchester United awarded a free kick. Bruno Fernandes goes long, diagonal ball. Maguire is the target. Headed away, loose ball picked up by Amad Diallo. Shaw, he chips the ball in. Headed out by Romero. Nobody had gone with him. Now it's Amad. His cross. Vicario's come a long way and collects it. 1-0 to Spurs.
Simple catch for the Spurs goalkeeper. Takes the pressure off his defence. Takes the pressure off the back four. Manchester United looking to the far post again. Delivery from Fernandes. They look to Harry Maguire. Comes back out. Luke Shaw again looks for Maguire at the far post. That time the Tottenham goalkeeper collects the ball, and he's certainly in no hurry. They want that half-time whistle,
which is seconds away. Vicario with a long clearance, flicked on by the head of Solanke, picked up by Richarlison. Richarlison rolls, does well to get away from Matsraoui, delivers the cross. It's a deep one. Dorgu being closed down very quickly by 2 Spurs players, but lets it go out of play for a throw. And there indeed is the half-time whistle. A half-time which hasn't had many goal-mouth opportunities, but we have had a goal. And if you can envisage a scene of white Tottenham flags flying and still jumping Tottenham supporters celebrating, then that goal from Brennan Johnson 3 minutes before the break is the difference. Your thoughts, Paul Robinson?
Well, you look at the two sets of supporters, the contrast between the two. You'd think that the final whistle had gone, looking at those Tottenham supporters. The Manchester United fans away to our left, gone off for the half-time refreshments already. There seems to be a party on the right-hand side. Still a long way to go in this game. I can't see how on earth this game can stay played at the pace that it has done for the first 45 minutes. It's got to settle down at some point. One of the sides, it needed a goal. The game needed a goal for it to kind of level out, if you like. Manchester United arguably had the better play in the final third, but Spurs with Johnson, Richarlison, they've taken their opportunities in the wide area, and they've got the pace, and they've got that all-important lead.
And the Spurs substitutes have waited for every outfield player for Tottenham to leave the playing field. And I noticed that Son, with his green bib, gave the goal scorer a warm embrace. It was a hearty hug that Brennan Johnson has just received from Son, who is amongst one of the substitutes. But half-time here in Bilbao, Tottenham Hotspur 1, Manchester United 0.
BBC Radio London.
To concede in a final of this magnitude, but nevertheless they've got a bit of work to do, Manchester United.
The goal was initially credited to Brennan Johnson, then there was a suggestion that it was an own goal, but I think the Optus statisticians are now giving the goal to Brennan Johnson, so the idea it was an own goal currently is paused, and at the moment the people that kind of decide these things are saying it is a goal scored by Brennan Johnson in his 50th appearance for Tottenham this evening. And so at the moment, it's his. Luke Shaw may get credited with it, but as things stand, Brennan Johnson has scored it. If you're Tottenham, how do you manage the game from now? Do you go more cagey? Do you try and sit a little deeper, catch Manchester United on the counter-attack?
Yeah. I think that's a fair assessment. I think if you're going to go on and win this game, I would imagine the second goal won't come because they've blitzed Manchester United apart. It will come because Man United are searching for an equaliser to change the momentum of the game, to go on and try and win it. And they will get picked off on the counter-attack. That's what you can see. You would imagine at some stage, if we get 65 and it's still 1-0, you see Son come on. He's fantastic at developing counter-attacks from deep areas. So I'd imagine he'll come on at some stage if they continue to keep the clean sheet. But the onus is now on Manchester United to come out and be a little bit more adventurous, take a few more risks. Yeah. And if they do that, and Tottenham show us what they showed us at Frankfurt, where they can be dogged, where they can be diligent and very strong defensively, they will have a couple of counter-attacking opportunities. But like I said, the goal will change the game, from a tactical point of view.
Great excitement at the Tottenham end in the San Mamés Stadium in Bilbao, and great excitement at the Tottenham Hot Spurs Stadium where everyone's watching on the screens. Lauren Moore.
Oh, Nick, you would not believe that Spurs aren't actually playing here on this pitch. The reaction from the fans to that goal was absolute chaos. There were limbs thrown all over the place, shouting, chanting, and it's been such a wonderful atmosphere here tonight. Again, you just wouldn't believe that there's not a team actually in front of us. We're just watching on a screen for every single reaction to the crowd, the shouts, the cries whenever they believe there's a free kick. It's been absolutely amazing. And honestly, I've watched quite a lot of games here this season, and this has been one of the best atmospheres I've actually witnessed the whole season long. I think there's so much hope, so much excitement here. Oh, it's absolutely wonderful.
It's not been the most exciting of first halves. Has that, have the Spurs fans let that kind of dampen their enthusiasm?
Oh, not at all. You wouldn't believe that at all. From the reactions of the crowd, you think this is the most exciting game you have ever watched. There haven't been too many chances at goal, but the second a Spurs player even touches the ball or makes a clearance or wins the ball, the crowds are absolutely screaming in support of the Spurs team. It's brilliant here. Like, I can't even explain it in any other words. It's been so emotional. It's been so lovely to see so many people all together on one side getting behind their team.
And are you prepared for a very nervy second half?
My hands are already clamming. My heart is beating very hard in my chest, and I've had poor Freddie, who you'll hear from in a minute, sitting to my left going, "Are you okay?" Because I've just been feeling so anxious, so nervous, and I don't know whether it makes it better or worse that you come into the second half whilst in the lead. I feel like you want more than anything to hold on to that lead, so I feel like a lot more pressure perhaps for Spurs in the second half to keep that lead, to keep that 1-0 lead. And all I can say is fingers crossed, but I'm not feeling very well.
Okay, Lauren, thank you very much indeed. I want to bring you some of the stats that Opta have issued from that first 45 minutes. Apparently, again, just from some of the replays I've seen, there is a final touch from Johnson. So Johnson helps it on. It hits Luke Shaw. It's going in the net, and then Johnson gets a toenail to it, and that means he's been credited with the goal. Is that right? You got a big grin on your face, Steve. Would you be claiming that?
He will absolutely claim it, and I'd much rather it was a goal for a Spurs player than an own goal from Shaw. But I mean, I've just seen multiple replays, close-ups. They've slowed it down. It must be the faintest of touches, and fair play if they've picked it up. I couldn't in real time.
Well, Opta's statistics issued 5 minutes ago say that the XG. No, I don't get into difficulty with XG.
I have had many a discussion on XG, but go on.
XG 0.21 for both. What does that mean, Steve?
Well, it means they haven't created very many opportunities. So the data is sort of correlated over 20 years, and they work out statistically what the percentage chance is of that goal going in over the data they've correlated over the last 20 years. And the reason things can get a full sense of security on XG, if you have a penalty, you're getting 0.85 for that or something. So you can have a side with a penalty that's their only shot on target, and they will have a bigger XG in the opposition who've created 4 or 5 chances, but statistically it's not great. So it can be misleading a little bit. I think me and Phil did a game, QPR 4, Derby 0, and it was 0.8, 0.6, and it was 4-0.
Okay.
And so it's difficult at times to understand how they've come up with that, but that's what we use. So
Tottenham 2 shots, Manchester United 5. Tottenham shots on target 0, which again may depend on whether or not Brennan Johnson has actually touched the ball on its way into the net, but again, hardly a shot on target. Manchester United 2 shots on target. Spurs' possession is 37%. And Manchester United's, obviously, is 63. So Tottenham without the ball, playing nervously, but Manchester United with the ball and the territory, perhaps, but not doing much with it.
Yeah, and 63% with only 2 opportunities on target, 5 in the half, is not a great return for having that amount of possession. So again, you heard me say this on multiple occasions. Where is that 63%? If 70% of that 63% is in your own half, you're just keeping possession and the opposition are comfortable. They're not creating enough opportunities, Nick. That's the simple truth of it. They've got to move Tottenham around a bit more, and they've got to do a little bit more whilst they're in possession. It's not been it's not been one of those halves. We didn't expect it to be be brutally honest. And the goal hopefully will change the sort of attitude towards how they played that first 45 minutes in the second 45. But the goal will absolutely do the game wonders, and it should open up into a much better, more attacking affair.
Tottenham could be 45 minutes away from their first major trophy since 2008 and their first European trophy since 1984. Second half commentary to come here on the home of London football. Tomorrow night we're going to have a special All About programme from the Brentford Player of the Year Awards. Our sports editor Phil Parry was given an invite and spoke to the likes of Thomas Frank, Maddie Phillips and the men's skipper Christian Norgard.
I've had Keane throwing a bit of golfing shade at you because when I was there the day when you turned up, we talked about your golfing prowess, but he now says that maybe there's others who are challenging you with the golf clubs. Is that true?
Yeah, it is.
It's that kids that coming along in it, doesn't
it? I think that's the main reason why I haven't been able to play enough this season. It's become a big subject at the training ground and something that a lot of players enjoy doing now, which I think is fantastic. Yeah. We had a nice event yesterday where we had some staff playing against some players, like Ryder Cup format, and it was brilliant fun. And it's fantastic to see the increase in players playing, because I think it's a nice sport to have on the side of football.
Yeah, because when you turned up, I don't think there were many people. So have you been behind that? Has that been your responsibility, or others just turned up and you've sort of formed a more of a golfy type scenario?
Yeah, I think it's just something that we've built on, and there's been players coming in that already had the interest in it. Keane Potter, for example, Nathan Collins, the Irish background I think helps. The staff as well is helping, so it's nice.
Does that help build team spirit? Because the togetherness is absolutely massive within your group, isn't it?
I think that's a really good point. I think it does help because it creates a scenario where players meet up different places than the training ground, and which is a really good thing if you want to create some sort of team bonding. Even on our not pre-season but training camp tour to Portugal last year, one of the days we had 3 options, whatever we wanted to do. Some could be trying to surf, some could be playing golf, some could go to the city, and I think it ended up being 80%, 85% on the golf day, which is fantastic, and it just creates a lot of fun, and it doesn't really matter if you're good or bad. It's actually funny if you're bad, That's true, so it's been good fun.
What about this season? What's your, has this been the best season in the Premier League, do you think? First season was special, I suppose.
Yeah, first season special, second season was special as well, I guess. But I think overall, the way we've played, the way we've, I don't know, there's been a certain different buzz around the team. I think also being able to do it in your fourth season, there's it's a statement, I think, to say that, and that is not to sound complacent or anything, but we see ourselves as an established Premier League team, and we didn't do that the first, second, third year. Now we do. That doesn't mean it's not tough next year to stay in the league, but I think in many ways this has been the best season. Yeah.
That is Christian Norgard in conversation with Phil Parry, all part of an All About Brentford special tomorrow evening from 6:30 here on BBC Radio London. Right, we're waiting for the players to emerge for the second half, which they will do very shortly. But right now, with the time at 3.5 minutes past 9, you're listening to BBC Radio London.
BBC Radio London.
Good morning, everybody. Sun absolutely beating down here on Wimbledon, and things are alive.
Aaron Paul at breakfast.
There's AFC Wimbledon doing something for the local community, which they're really good at.
Tins loo roll, there's milk, there's pasta, there's so much going on here.
It is a family. We really
kept look.
BBC Radio London.
This is the London Sports Show from BBC Radio London. The second half of the Europa League final is about to get underway. It's Tottenham 1, Manchester United 0. Spurs could be 45 minutes away from the greatest night in almost half a century. Let's bring you that second half with the former Tottenham and England goalkeeper Paul Robinson alongside Ian Dennis.
Although Romero has taken a blow to the face, which will allow me to run through the two teams. Manchester United in the second half, attacking where the Tottenham supporters are housed, away towards our right, from left to right, with Onana in goal, Yoro, Maguire and Shaw, Matsraoui and Dorgu, Casemiro, Mount, Ahmad, Højlund and Bruno Fernandes. Red shirts and black shorts. Tottenham Hotspur in predominantly all white, with just that little bit of a navy trim. Vicario in goal, a back four of Porro, Romero, Van de Ven and Udogie, Sarr, Bentancur and Basuma, Richarlison, Solanke and the goal scorer Brennan Johnson, as Højlund chests the ball towards Mason Mount. Dorgu overruns it, but it has been a scruffy type of game, and in many ways the goal is symptomatic of their seasons.
Well, I think that the goal really was in keeping and fitting for a game. It's been a poor game, in all honesty, hasn't it? It's not been a great watch. It's been scrappy. Both teams pressurising each other. The turnover of possession has been so rapid. Nobody's been able to get a hold of the game. And the goal was that scrappy. It matched the rest of the game.
Spurs supporters generating the noise. Solanke picks up this ball and runs forward. He ran in towards Shaw. The referee, Felix Fire from Germany, says no free kick. The German match official in his ultra-blue referee shirt and black shorts has tried to let the game flow wherever has been possible, though despite that, not many chances have been created. The locals call this stadium the Cathedral. Given the way that these two sets of teams have played this season, they'll be looking for some sort of divine inspiration, I would imagine. Certainly Manchester United will, given the fact that they're going to have to come from behind now early in the second half. Live on BBC Radio 5 Live, also available on the BBC Sounds app, and we're also live on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Manchester. As Matsraoui on this near side with a throw, goes back to Yoro. Yoro, the ball slowly rolls to the feet of Maguire as Solanke runs towards him. Maguire passes the ball to Ahmad, who lays it off towards Matsraoui midway through the Tottenham half. Shortening field towards Fernandes, collects the diagonal ball back. Nice play by Manchester United. Ahmad with a cross, Højlund with a header. It was slightly behind him, and as he slipped a little bit as well, couldn't get the power, couldn't generate it goalwards, dropped safely out for a goal kick.
Good start by Manchester United. Quick again it's Ahmad on this right hand side, ducks into the box, whips it with his left foot. Unfortunately for Højlund this time, it's just behind him, he can't really get any connection on it. Goes out for a goal kick, but there's better start from Manchester United. They're going to look again to Ahmad. But Mason Mount's been extremely quiet, hasn't he? I think obviously it's the start in the game today, and you've got to think that it's in Ruben Amorim's mind just how long it is before he shuffles his pack, and Garnacho would be the obvious one.
Yeah, Garnacho, who's on the bench. We thought that Joshua Zirkzee was out for the season. He travelled and is fit enough, but will only be limited in terms of possession, or in terms of match minutes rather, as Van de Ven has just been shown a yellow card.
It's just clumsy by Van de Ven. Again, it's a coming together with Højlund. Højlund's well within his rights. He gets in front of Van de Ven. Van de Ven, he's looking at the ball, but he just smashes Rasmus Højlund in the back of the head, back of the neck. Takes out the Manchester United forward. A really silly challenge from Van de Ven, and gets himself a yellow card. And again, it's a free kick for Manchester United in a dangerous position.
Second yellow card of the game. Van de Ven booked 4 minutes into the second half, joins Ahmad in the notebook of the German match official. Bruno Fernandes to take this free kick, 10 yards in from the right touchline, right-footed. Aimed towards Casemiro, header away by Bentancur. Spurs player was knocked to the floor there, that was Romero. Maguire was standing over him, and then as Maguire was then running back, he was in an offside position, but the two continue to exchange words, the two central defenders. Nobody backing down over that, Maguire and Romero.
The two of them at the far post have both got their arms wrapped around each other. And when the ball does go out the Spurs box, neither wants to let go. It's a bit like, what was it, Strictly Come Dancing? That wasn't it, neither wanted to let go. Romero then fell to the floor. They got up, put their heads together. Credit to Rasmus Højlund, he just pushes the pair of them apart and says, go on, get on with it.
Vicario waits to take the free kick. Romero certainly made the most of that. Right-footed downfield. Spurs lead 1-0. Casemiro wins the aerial duel with Sarr. It's not back towards the two of them. Sarr's header goes up. Casemiro heads it away. Bentancur's header gently towards Brennan Johnson. Solanke a willing runner. Shaw has to concede a throw over on that far side. Tottenham Hotspur have the initiative.
Well, the game certainly continued the pace of the first half. Neither side letting up. Manchester United arguably starting having the better of possession. But again, both sides snapping into challenges all over the pitch, looking for fouls, looking for free kicks, moaning to the referee.
Ball goes back towards Onana, clears it inside his 6-yard area. Højlund heads it towards Ahmad, cut out though by Udogie. Van de Ven tidies up with a back pass towards Vicario, and then a little flick, controls it, passes the ball out towards Porro. Bentancur just nudges it into the path of Brennan Johnson, got there first before Dorgu. Porro, a little bit off balance, clears it long, scoops it high downfield. Maguire's header, but there was Papsar, and Papsar adjudged to a foul. Casemiro, free kick to Manchester United, still scrapping.
There really is no rhythm for either side. The free kicks that they're giving away are clumsy. It's stopping any side getting any type of momentum. That time it was Papsar, went through the back of Casemiro in the middle of the pitch.
Maguire's header, Brennan Johnson lays it behind him for Basuma, and then Basuma steadying in the midfield to Porro. Porro does a 360-degree turn just inside the Manchester United half. They can't keep the ball in play, and it goes for a Manchester United throw as all of a sudden the temperature has dropped. There is a little bit of freshness inside the stadium with a bit of cool air wafting into our commentary position here in Bilbao. Matsraoui near side the right back with Yoro. Saturday's 5 Live Sport, Northampton Bordeaux in the Rugby Union Champions Cup final at 2:45, followed by Arsenal against Barcelona in the Women's Champions League final at 5 from Lisbon. As Manchester United come forward, Mason Mount, last touch came off him. It'll be a Tottenham throw, and every challenge is being cheered vociferously by those Tottenham supporters.
Yeah, Romero and Van de Ven, they've played well. They're a good partnership and the understanding's there between them, but they have been over-aggressive in challenges. I think that's set the tone for the rest of the Tottenham players as well. Those two are the two leaders at the back. When Romero plays well, generally the Tottenham team tend to play well.
This stadium has actually hosted a Champions League or a Champions Cup final, Leinster against Racing in 2018. In fact, it set an attendance record, and indeed last year it held the Women's Champions League final when Barcelona beat Lyon by 2-0. In a week's time we'll be in Wrocław as well as Lisbon at the weekend, and then Munich to come, all inside the stadium on BBC Radio 5 Live for those 4 European finals as we are here tonight. 8 minutes into the second half, and Tottenham Hotspur still are 1-0 up.
Yeah, Richarlison this time it is, trying to hold up possession. Mazraoui takes him down on the halfway line. Again, the play breaks. Tottenham players amble forward. As you can hear the Manchester United fans in the background booing. Nobody in a white shirt wants to take this free kick. We've still got a long, long way in this game to go. From Tottenham's point of view, you can't imagine they're going to try and manage the time down from 54 minutes.
Van de Ven chips it long. Little flick there with the head of Richarlison, offside from Sarr, who is close to delaying the restart, but eventually just walked away just in time. Onana is actually the one who's going to race across to take it. I don't think there was a willing taker actually from a Manchester United point of view, but Onana goes across towards Maguire. They go further square towards Shaw, and now Dorgu, the left wing back. And out of play. No, it'll be a free kick to Manchester United. 9 minutes into the second half.
Mason Mount and Bentancur. Bentancur just pulls back Mason Mount.
Dorgu on the stretch. Mason Mount keeps it in play. Højlund over the halfway line. Leaves it, forward ball from Casemiro. Cut out though, out for a throw. Tottenham, as you will reference, you know, they went almost back to basics. They did go quite direct against Bodo Glimt. Here, they're just clearing their lines at the first opportunity in this second period.
We saw them do it in Eintracht Frankfurt, we saw them do it in Bodo, and they didn't apologise for going longer. Like I said, neither of those performances were pretty, but there was a job done. And as we speak, to highlight that point, Pedro Porro puts his foot through it, and it's like kicking for touch far into the Manchester United half. it's a difficult one for Tottenham because they're not a team that are full of confidence. To try and see a game out, a cup final out from this distance in to the final whistle, is going to be a very, very tough job. Manchester United, they'll be looking to stay in this game. The longer this goes and it's still 1-0, they'll always feel there's a chance. The pressure will go, they'll start to take more chances going forward.
I would think within the next 5 minutes it's a matter of time before we see Garnacho. Ruben Amorim with his white pumps, very casual looking, the 40-year-old Portuguese coach, looking for his side to level this Europa League final here in Bilbao, against the backdrop of a deafening noise being generated by the Tottenham Hot Spurs supporters, as Richarlison gets away from Ahmed, who's slow to get to his feet, and Richarlison is quick to go to ground, and Bruno Fernandes is desperate to get the ball off Richarlison, and actually prevents the restart of that free kick with a little flick as he was still on the ground.
That's good refereeing. I mean, that was one of the situations there where Richarlison went over far too easily, and he tried to pull the ball back into his body with his hand. He tried to referee the game. It wasn't a foul, he dived, he went over far too easily. Referee said no, get on with it, and he gave the free kick to Manchester United for a Richarlison handball.
11 minutes into the second half here on BBC Radio 5 Live, and Bissouma is slowly taking his time for the throw. Felix Fire, I think, he's given him the hurry up. Not a great deal of movement to Richarlison. Holds off, Mazraoui behind him, just over the halfway line. Goes out for a Manchester United throw that Mazraoui will take quickly. And then Bissouma catching and fouling Bruno Fernandes. Free kick, stands in front of Casemiro. He's told to retreat. He was very close to getting a yellow card there. The referee trying to show his authority.
It's ugly, isn't it? It's an ugly game. It's a really poor watch at the moment. Spurs making it that way, though.
That was a cynical foul by Richarlison. Just hacked down Mazraoui and gets a yellow card, and you've got to say deservedly so.
Absolutely. Yeah. Crude challenge from Richarlison. No attempt whatsoever to play the ball. Tottenham did this, didn't they? Like we said, they did it in Bodo, and they managed to see the game out. They got that second goal, the cushion of the second goal. You do just get the feeling that Manchester United are starting to dominate possession, and the longer this game goes, the deeper Tottenham will get, and it's still a long way to go.
Just over half an hour as Manchester United have a free kick, right-hand side, a few yards in from the right touchline, playing from left to right. Papsar stands alone. As Bruno Fernandes in towards the near post, and was just looking for that little touch by Yoro. And actually, as it came in, it was a very, very awkward one. Just couldn't get enough on it, could he?
Do you know what? That's such a good delivery from Bruno Fernandes. There's a gap there at the near post between the defenders and the goalkeeper. Such a difficult one for Vicario to judge. It's got whip and it's got dip on it. Bounces just in front of the Tottenham Hotspur goalkeeper. Yoro just can't get enough connection to lift it over him. Brilliant delivery from Bruno Fernandes.
Not too sure that Vicario knew much about it. It did strike the side of his chest as it goes out, but Manchester United have certainly had more of the possession in this second half, of which we've played 13 minutes, but they still trail by a goal to nil. Yoro out towards Mazraoui. Down the line he goes to Ahmed. Van de Ven, drawn out of position, goes towards Ahmed. He wanted the return ball. Instead it's Casemiro. Goes out to that far side to Dorgu. Shaw is over on the overlap. Here is England international in now towards Mason Mount. Mason Mount holds off a couple of challenges. Does ever so well as he's losing his feet to keep the ball in play. He'll actually just presents it to Porro to win a throw for Tottenham deep inside their own half. They lead 1-0.
That's a really good play from Mason Mount, but another example of how deep that Tottenham are. Mason Mount was trying to keep the ball in on the byline. I just looked, every single Tottenham player, Dominic Solanke, was within 18 yards of their own goal. And when they do win the ball, they get the turnover possession. At the moment in the game, Tottenham don't have an out ball higher up the pitch.
Manchester United, the only unbeaten side in Europe, the top scorers in this Europa League competition this season, need a goal to level this final, as Ahmad with pace and menace bursts into the area. Richarlison on a yellow card had a nibble at him. He might have got the ball. Bruno Fernandes comes to him, tees it towards Yoro, takes it on, plays it towards Maguire, midway through the Tottenham half. Now towards Shaw, far side the left, blocked by the goal scorer Johnson, and then cleared away by Solanke, but they're sitting so deep. It's Solanke who's got to chase his own ball.
They're so deep, Tottenham. You can imagine the pitch as we're sat up here in our elevated position, looking down. They're so deep. Everybody's inside that defensive third for Tottenham.
There's a momentum building for Manchester United. Mount with the early ball in low, looking for Højlund, took a deflection, scooped up by Vicario.
They can't play like this, Tottenham, for another 30 minutes and try and see the game out. Manchester United are completely dominating possession. They're trying to pull those white shirts out of position. To Tottenham's credit, they're defending well, they're sticking at their task. But you can't imagine that one is going to be enough for Tottenham playing this way. They're going to have to manage their way through a long 30 minutes plus added time.
49,224 is the official attendance inside this stadium that actually holds 53,000. So you think that, still think it's a scandal that you only had just under 15,000 tickets available to genuine match-going supporters who, by hook or by crook, have made their way to Bilbao. And as you will testify, that is not easy.
It certainly isn't. No, especially when you miss a connecting flight, Ian, isn't it?
Loose ball picked up by Sarr. Maguire's header forward, Casemiro. Bruno Fernandes getting on the ball for Manchester United, but then the interception from Johnson. And he gets it back from Sarr as he comes over the halfway line and runs forward. But the white shirts are slow to get with him. They're sliding in. There's Dorgu, and the referee says he got the ball. Goes behind for a goal kick. Johnson slams his hand into the turf in annoyance.
Just another example of Tottenham's lack of willingness to go forward. Brennan Johnson takes on Dorgu, who does actually make a good challenge, gets the ball. Johnson looking up, there's nobody in a white shirt anywhere near the Manchester United penalty box.
Mason Mount, Dorgu continued his run, Cross takes the deflection, Ahmad takes it on, Ahmad inside the area, looked for too long, dwelt on the ball, and there was Bissouma to dispossess him, and now Bissouma launches a counter-attack. In fact, still they come forward, and this is Solanke, a little bit off balance, and Solanke couldn't get there, and it goes out for a goal kick.
That's an unbelievable chance. That really is a good chance for Tottenham. That's what they've been doing. They've been sat deep, waiting for that counter-attack. That was the moment. Bissouma bursts forward. He's got a 2-on-2. Casemiro can't keep up with Solanke. Plays it into Solanke, but it's far too far in front of Dominic Solanke. Can't take the first touch, and he runs out to play harmlessly. But that's what Tottenham are going to try and do on the break.
Rob Schofield, our producer, has said the stats for passes completed. Tottenham 97, Manchester United 253.
Shows you the way that the game is. It shows you the way that Tottenham are trying to break things up. They are quite happy to go long, and they're quite happy at the moment to not have possession. All they need is one moment like that in the game to capitalise on a counter-attack, and they can get that second goal. But it's a risky strategy.
Casemiro. Yoro goes square. Mazraoui inside the centre circle. 63 minutes played. Ahmad midway through the Tottenham half, near side the right to Bruno Fernandes. Joint leading scorer in the competition. Now to Casemiro. Out it goes to Dorgu on that far side. Still no playing in front of the white shirts of Tottenham. Casemiro now with Harry Maguire. Maguire. Forward ball. Yoro. Ahmad waits on this near side. Mazraoui is ahead of him. Opens up for Yoro. Runs forward. Still keeps it. Stretches out towards Maguire. Maguire then to Ahmad. Richarlison to close him down. Ahmad can't get past Richarlison. Richarlison, even though dropping to his knees at one point, quickly back to his feet and clears it. Bruno Fernandes just about gets it out of play for a throw. Otherwise, Solanke would have been faced one-on-one with Yoro.
Solanke is such a distance from goal, though. He's the only outlet that Tottenham have got. Richarlison does well there. Doesn't shirk his defensive responsibilities. Goes one-on-one with Ahmed, wins the ball back, gets the ball up the field. They are, I know I keep repeating it, but they are sitting so deep, Tottenham, when they don't have the ball.
Manchester United, who've not won in 6 against Tottenham since a 2-0 victory at Old Trafford in October 2022. They've never gone 7 without a win in that long history between the two clubs. But Manchester United are still trailing as we are edging our way to the midway point of the second half here on BBC Radio 5 Live, also live on Radio London and Radio Manchester. Udogie waits to take a throw, but there's a delay because Richarlison is down.
I think he just felt his hamstring on the stretch. He tried to nick it round Bruno Fernandes, overstretched. You can hear the supporters.
Son's going on.
Come over.
They've seen that the Spurs substitutes were warming up away towards our right, which is the Tottenham end. And then they saw that Son, who's been such a great servant for Tottenham, is getting the call to come on. He missed 7 games, but he's had an opportunity. He got 32 minutes against Crystal Palace, played 74 minutes against Aston Villa, so clearly they didn't want to risk him from the start here. But Son Heung-min, who lost the 2019 Champions League final and the 2021 League Cup final, is going to be coming on, and he's getting the captain's armband as well from Romero, and it is Richarlison who is going on.
Yeah, worked hard, Richarlison. Not too much avail in the forward areas, but worked hard defensively. Carrying a yellow card as well. Made a couple of poor challenges. Walking off, carrying his left boot in his hand, trying to encourage his teammates as he walks off. But this is a good substitution for Tottenham. He's probably close for Son, whether he started the game or not. Experienced player of quality that the manager can call on.
And not only that, Son actually makes a bit of history for Tottenham Hotspur, because he now is their European appearance record maker, beating the record that he previously shared with Harry Kane. It is his 68th appearance in European competition. But still, no Garnacho.
No, Manchester United substitutes since half-time, since we came out for the second half. They've all been off the bench, and they're all in that bottom left-hand corner beneath us, warming up, stretching, but no sign of any activity or signals coming from the Manchester United manager yet.
And we have been playing now for 67 minutes. Hasn't been pretty, but it is still captivating for what is at stake. As there's a yellow card there to Basuma for the delaying of a restart for a free kick to Manchester United and holding Ahmad.
Yeah, becoming petulant as well at times, isn't it? Really silly free kicks, niggly free kicks. Basuma it was that time, gets himself booked for his reaction. Tries to stop Ahmad taking a quick free kick, wraps his arms around him. Referee, to his credit, he's handled a difficult game reasonably well.
It's the 4th yellow card and the 3rd to a Tottenham player. Midway through the second half, then Spurs still lead 1-0. Free kick goes right down the throat. Vicario's lost it. Højlund heads it goals. Fantastic goal line clearance by Van de Ven. Hit goals by Euro, blocked, and Spurs managed to get the ball away. Van de Ven is still tangled in the goal line, in the goal net. What an acrobatic goal line clearance. He's injured. He's off the field of play. In fact, he's now rolling into the 6-yard area. How did he keep that out?
What a brilliant goal line clearance on Van de Ven. That's incredible. He's gone high. He's jumped with both feet. He's managed to hook it off his goal line. He certainly won't thank Vicario for that. Once again, Vicario. He comes. It's a difficult through ball from Bruno Fernandes. It's a difficult one for the goalkeeper because it's straight, but he's got a clear view of it. Dominic Solanke gets in his way, but he should still get up and above Dominic Solanke. He gets it all wrong, Vicario, fumbles the ball, it falls to Højlund, heads it goalwards, and Mickey Van de Ven flies acrobatically through the air, lifts his right boot and right leg high under the crossbar, and somehow manages to scoop it away for Tottenham. Goalkeeper makes a real mess. Van de Ven gets him out of jail.
I just said it's right at his throat. I thought that would be absolutely simple for a goalkeeper of his standing, Vicario.
It was, but there's been a problem for him of late. He's been really poor since coming back into the side. He got 2 hands on it and he wasn't looking. His depth perception wasn't right. He went over Solanke's head. He should be up and over Solanke, catching it cleanly. He took it at the same height as the Tottenham attacker's head, which caused him the problems. Came to Højlund. What a clearance, by the way. What an incredible clearance that is.
Went through his hand, struck his head, and then Højlund with a header, but Van de Ven with the acrobatic goal line clearance. Garnacho and Xerxes are coming on. Incredible that we're seeing Xerxes. We were told he was ruled out for the season, but they pushed him, he responded. And when we spoke to Ruben Amorim yesterday, he said, we're surprised. He said, yeah, me too. But Garnacho waits to come on, and they need something to happen for Manchester United because they only have 20 minutes. Mentioned before, about 3 of the last 4 finals have finished 1-1, and we've gone to a penalty shootout. Manchester United need to get on the scoreboard. They're trailing by 1-0 here with 20 minutes remaining. Garnacho waits with his peroxide blonde hair and the bushy-haired figure of Xerxes. In the minute, meanwhile, Casemiro plays it forward towards Matsraoui. Van de Ven follows him all the way inside the Manchester United half. Porro picks up the loose ball. His diagonal cross is cleared by Yoro, headed forward by Udogie. Son now picks it up. Son runs forward. Ahmad gets the foot into the challenge. Still very, very scrappy. Matsraoui free kick to Manchester United.
Do you know what this is like? This is like a load of school kids on lunchtime playing in the playground, chasing after a tennis ball. It's been such a scrappy game. There's no kind of pattern, there's no rhythm to it. But we're getting to the stage now, the last 20 minutes, as Manchester United make these substitutions, that Tottenham really will now go into defensive mode. And Manchester United, they've got to give it everything. They've got 20 minutes to try and salvage something.
Mason Mount and Højlund are the two players coming off. Joshua Zirkzee comes on then for Højlund. He's missed the last 8 games with a hamstring injury when he picked up that against Newcastle in mid-April. And Garnacho comes on for Mason Mount. He scored those 2 very good goals against Athletic Bilbao in the second leg at Old Trafford. And Garnacho comes on with 19 minutes remaining. And Manchester United still trail. Ahmad to Yoro. So Xerxes has gone central. Ahmad is on the right, Garnacho on the left.
Same shape as you would expect from Manchester United. Change of personnel. Xerxes playing down the middle as the number 9. Garnacho is a lot more effective on that left-hand side. He could be the game changer for Manchester United.
18 minutes remain. Yoro finds Xerxes, lays it off. Matsraoui. Matsraoui with the cross. Bruno Fernandes with a header. Down into the ground and just wide. Good chance that they created. But Bruno Fernandes off target.
Best chance of the game for Manchester United. Spurs defenders, Romero and Van de Ven, for the first time in the game. You could drive a bus between the middle of them. Bruno Fernandes goes into the box right between the middle of them. Matsraoui plays a lovely ball into Fernandes. Diving header, but he's just in front of the near post. Doesn't get the connection, doesn't get it right. Unfortunately for Tottenham and their supporters, it goes wide. But again, it's a warning shot from Manchester United.
Spurs have offered very little, if nothing at all, in this second half. In an attacking sense.
Nothing at all. They had that one really good opportunity when Basuma and Solanke made a mess of a 2-on-2 situation. But other than that, we are literally fixed looking to our right with Manchester United attacking the Tottenham defence.
Garnacho spreads the play out towards Yoro. Still inside his own half. Ahmad on this near side, the right, waits. Ruben Amorim desperate to try and get Manchester United players going. Waving his right arm around in a circular movement. Dorgu towards Garnacho, closed down very quickly by Bentancur. And out it goes for a throw that Manchester United will have to take quickly.
An incredible atmosphere that we had. There's just a slight lull, there's a nervousness, and you can feel that just drifting down onto the pitch.
Garnacho comes forward on the left. But again, another good challenge came in from Porro. Still the ball though, Luke Goldwood saved this time and caught this time by Vicario.
2 ironic cheers from those in white shirts behind him. Garnacho, it was one-on-one with Porro. Gets round the full-back, lifts it up, it would have been a corner, but Vicario takes a clean catch. They're going to need more of that, Manchester United, from Garnacho.
Spurs do try and play out from the back. It goes back to Vicario, and on this occasion he takes no chances. Right-footed long clearance. Bruno Fernandes flicks the ball forward. Xerxes back towards Fernandes, hits it first time out towards Garnacho. Garnacho controls it and now runs forward on his toes, enters the area. Garnacho shoots, Vicario makes the save. Low down to his left and spoons it behind for a corner. Manchester United are on top.
Much better from Manchester United, and it is that man Garnacho on the left-hand side. We see him do it so often. Once he gets into the box, nobody can touch him. Brennan Johnson nowhere near him. Porro can't put a challenge in. Gets on his right foot, low down to Vicario's left. It's a decent save with a strong hand, but one you would expect the Tottenham goalkeeper to make.
Just over a quarter of an hour remains, and it is tense here in Bilbao on BBC Radio 5 Live. Bruno Fernandes with a corner kick, near side the right, right-footed. Solanke gets the ball away with a header, picked up then by Ahmad. Out towards Bruno Fernandes, feeds it back towards Ahmad. Ahmad, oh, a challenge there by Brennan Johnson. Just managed to prod it away and concede the corner kick.
He was almost in, Ahmad, there, wasn't he? Really good 1-2 by him, and Bruno Fernandes down on this near touchline. Fernandes slips Ahmad in through the legs of Basuma. Johnson with a last-minute challenge.
Fernandes again waits. Bruno Fernandes right-footed. Comes out towards Shaw, edge of the area, strikes it, blocked by Sarr. Shaw will get there first, plays it back towards Mazraoui. Plays it long, Bruno Fernandes lays it off. Casemiro, caught in possession by Basuma. The break is on for Tottenham, who still lead by a goal to nil. Excellent challenge being made there by Dorgu. Manchester United get it back. And we're back now still to this frenetic pace here inside this stadium in Bilbao. As Manchester United, with 14 minutes remaining, look for an equaliser. Garnacho comes forward, Shaw on the overlap. Challenge made by Porro. The referee says it's a goal kick. I think some thought he was pointing to the penalty spot.
I think it was, yeah. For Manchester United fans away to our left from a distance, the referee's arm went straight and he pointed towards the 6-yard line rather than the penalty spot. I certainly think Pedro Porro held his breath for a minute. Again, Manchester United winning the ball back, Dorgu tracking back Son. It was a lovely challenge. Turnover possession, and the first player they look for, Garnacho down the left-hand side. Luke Shaw, it was overlapping. Porro doesn't really get much of the ball, but in the referee's opinion, enough of it.
This is Tottenham's 4th European final, whether it be the UEFA or Europa League. I was actually surprised that it's only their 8th ever UEFA fixture in Spain, and they've never won. Obviously they lost the Champions League final in 2019 in Madrid. They've drawn 3 and they lost 4, but they could be getting such an important win here. It's been such a long wait for silverware, and that long agonising wait may be over. They've still got another 13 minutes of normal time to endure here in Bilbao. They're on the defensive, and Manchester United have all the possession. Yoro out towards Ahmad, right hand side, plays it back. Yoro able to carry the ball forward. Kevin Danso is going to be coming on, so another defensive substitution in the offing for Ange Postecoglou. Shaw infield, Casemiro's forward ball easily stopped by Bentancur, and it's a Tottenham Hotspur throw on the right.
An interesting choice in substitution from the manager. We wait now, the referee signals at the substitution, the board goes up, and it's Brennan Johnson. Now that is a defensive substitution if I've ever seen one. Taking a right winger off and bringing a central defender on. Be interesting to see where he plays, whether he slots in as a holding midfielder in front of the back 4, or they are actually going to switch potentially to a back 3.
Well, Son actually is running across to get those instructions from Ange Postecoglou. As Brennan Johnson, the goal scorer, the only goal that we've witnessed here in Bilbao, goes off on the far side of the field and now whips up the Tottenham crowd as he takes the plaudits as he walks in front of the celebrating Spurs supporters away towards our right. And Danso is on, and it's
a back 5.
Back 5.
It's a back 5. Now that is going into a back 5 very, very early. Should they concede now, you look at the other options that Ange Postecoglou's got. That is one of the biggest statements that he can make. Tottenham are so deep and they've been sat on the edge of their own box most of this second half. Now with the back 5, they're only going to get deeper. Looking at what they're doing, they're asking Udoghi's going to play left wing back, the 3 centre-halves, and Pedro Porro is the right wing back. At the moment, I've got 6 at the back because Heung-min Son is playing as a left back.
Forget Ange ball. Postecoglou has gone pragmatic. They still lead 1-0. Ahmad comes to a standstill, plays it back. Casemiro's first time ball in. Papsar headed it away before it could reach Garnacho. Out it goes off his head for a throw to Manchester United, 10 yards up from the far left corner.
You think from Tottenham's point of view, if they are going to play this defensive, what have they got in the counter-attack? You look for pace. OK, they've got the pace of Son, possibly Solanke, but now Johnson's gone off. They've got no outball.
Yoro's forward. That's the voice of Paul Robinson, who's with us here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Ahmed, Casemiro shuffles it forward. Van de Ven, his header away. If the match winner is Brennan Johnson, then the match saver will be Van de Ven with that acrobatic goal line clearance. Still, they're looking to protect this slender lead. Mazraoui challenged by Basuma. Goes out for a United throw, down by the corner flag, hurriedly taken by Mazraoui. Ahmad swings over the cross. Headed away by Van der Ven. Solanke, his header, he has to chase himself, but Maguire will get there first towards Yoro. Maguire in the centre circle as Manchester United, with their red shirts, find England international. Great noise though coming from the Tottenham support in the end that Manchester United are attacking. Here is Ahmad in towards Mazraoui, first time cross, Bentancur, his header headed away by Van der Ven inside his penalty area. Just keeps coming back though at Tottenham. Yoro gets away from Solanke, right side of the area, crosses towards the far post, nobody is there. Garnacho will retrieve it. 2 or 3 yards up from the byline. Garnacho picks out Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes can't get a sight of goal. Back towards Garnacho. Garnacho with a cutback, swept to safety by Basuma.
Defence versus attack. It's all Manchester United. Tottenham can't clear the box. They can't get off the edge of their own 18-yard box. Every time they do, it comes straight back at them. They've got nobody up the field. They've got no out ball. It's going to be a long, long 10 minutes for Tottenham if they're going to defend like this.
Here is Garnacho on the left-hand side. Showed too much towards Porro. Porro, who's been outstanding. This is his 50th game of this season for Tottenham Hotspur. And Postecoglou was raving about him the other week. Solanke's done ever so well. Solanke on the right, forward towards Son. And that needed to be an excellent challenge by Mazraoui, and it was well timed on the edge of the area. Otherwise, Son was in. Now Yoro picks it up. And now out towards Bruno Fernandes on that far side, the left. Garnacho, Manchester United still pressing. Here is Bruno Fernandes. Crosses into the penalty area, saved by Vicario. Pats it down gently.
That's the only option that Tottenham have got on the counter-attack. It is all Manchester United. For them now, it's about moving the ball quickly, trying to pull these white shirts out of position. Tottenham have made the stance. You can see clearly what they're going to do. For Manchester United now, it's about trying to overpower them. It's about getting the ball in the wide areas, but keeping the pace of the game going and trying to pull the Tottenham defenders out of the position. They're having all the possession. It's literally defence against attack. It's one-way traffic.
I mentioned Tottenham's record in UEFA competition in the country of Spain. Manchester United fans will certainly not need reminding of their last European final in Spain, in Barcelona, when they came from behind to beat Bayern Munich by 2 goals to 1, as Dalot is going to be coming on for Manchester United. Another one who's coming back from injury. He's missed the last 6 games with a calf problem. So again, he won't be fully fit. But they, in a desperate attempt to try and salvage their season, in a desperate attempt to try and salvage this Europa League final, with 7 minutes remaining. Manchester United have Garnacho on the ball. Far side the left as they trail by a goal to 0. Come on, you Spurs. From the Tottenham Hotspur supporters to try and carry their side over the line. Shaw. Just in from the touchline, back towards Maguire. He's almost at a standstill. Out to Mazraoui. Ahmad with the whip in front of the Spurs substitutes, who you can hear offering their own vocal encouragement. As Ahmad lost out to Udogie. Basuma gives it to Udogie, who now has to go it alone. The white shirts, tired white legs there from some of the Tottenham players in the white shirts. And then Udogie is fouled by Xerxes, and that is shown a yellow card. But you can see the cramp. Udogie's got cramp.
He's run a long way, Udogie. That's the only time that Tottenham have managed to venture into the Manchester United half for a long time. He had no support, he had nobody around him. He wins a vital free kick just to get his team up the pitch, just to get them some kind of a respite. Manchester United have got all the possession, they've got all the ball. Tottenham really struggling.
And it is a little bit of respite as we wait to see. It's going to be like for like. Mazraoui has gone off. Dalot has come on. It is his 50th appearance in European competition. Ahmad is getting some instructions as well from Ruben Amorim, as Spurs have a free kick, and I think probably for the first time in this second half, and we're now in the 85th minute, every outfield player is in the Manchester United half as they play from right to left.
It's just been non-stop, hasn't it? It's been an absolutely fast, flying pace game. It has lacked quality. In all honesty, there's a lot of quality players on the pitch, but it's lacked a lot of quality in the right areas. It's been so scrappy.
Rob tells me that Spurs have only made 20 passes in the last 20 minutes. Son curls the free kick in. It was one that was dropping very, very awkwardly, and Danso was the one who threw himself at it. Just couldn't get the touch there, and it goes out for a goal kick.
Nearly got round the far post, didn't he? Manchester United holding a very high line on the edge of the 18-yard box. It was a free kick from quite deep, quite a way out. Good ball in by Son. Nobody picked Danso up round the far post. You feel a goal at this point for Tottenham, that would do it.
Yes, it surely would, with 5 minutes remaining. But Manchester United are the ones who've been awarded a free kick, which Bruno Fernandes wants to take. Fernandes right-footed, diagonal ball, Maguire gets there on the head, flag goes up. Casemiro also, who is rising. And Vicario, lying on top of the ball, is in no hurry to get back to his feet. We see this a lot now from goalkeepers these days, don't we?
Well, the Tottenham players are going down all over the pitch. The doggy's just gone down on this near touch line underneath us. Christian Romero, as the ball goes into the goalkeeper's hand, Harry Maguire was absolutely raging. He just throws himself to the floor in the 6-yard box. Maguire goes over, tries to pick him up. But Tottenham really are trying to see out this clock. They're struggling at this point. And listen, I've been to a lot of Manchester United games this year. None more so than the late drama at home in the quarter-final against Lyon. There's still time.
There is still time. Casemiro spreads play. Udogie running back, heads it away, picked up by Xerxes. Xerxes now runs forward, holds off the challenge of Basuma. Xerxes with a shot. Basuma though recovered and got a very good block in on the edge of the penalty area. Dalot picks it up. Dalot to Ahmad just on the inside of him. 3 minutes remain of normal time. Tottenham Hot Spurs still lead Manchester United in this all-English affair by 1-0. Manchester United knocking at the door. Shaw with a cross, high, Maguire goes to ground. Romero again tells him to get up, Maguire reacts. Xerxes pushes Romero. There's been that continuing war of words between the two central defenders, and still they continue to bicker.
There's some real frustration, aggression's pouring out now. Xerxes getting involved. Van de Ven and Romero, you could see from the start they've been up for this, and it's a real true gritty defensive performance, and those two have been at the heart of it, and they've wound up the Manchester United players. Maguire and Romero have been at it all game.
Vicario goes long. Son tried to hook it with a volley goalwards. Romero and Maguire again clash. Romero reacts. Maguire is having to be pushed away by some of the Tottenham players. Starting to get ugly. Yellow card has been shown to Harry Maguire by the German referee, and Xerxes is having to be restrained by Bentancur at the moment as well. Xerxes, who himself is on a yellow card.
It was a poor challenge from Harry Maguire. Romero certainly making the most of it. Romero got there first. He won the header. Maguire just wraps his arm around him, checks him, sends him to the ground. Harry Maguire's getting very frustrated. He's in that makeshift centre-forward role when Manchester United are in possession. We've got to that point in the game. Christian Romero still laid on the floor.
I think it was the Daily Mirror today that had the headline on the back page, Rocky Bilbao, and Ange Postecoglou coming out fighting. Well, at the minute, you've got these two teams. It has felt like the Battle of Bilbao, because it hasn't been one for the purists, has it, at all?
No, it's been a really tough watch and a very, very nervous one from a Tottenham fan's point of view in the second half. All the Tottenham fans all season have cried for Ange to be a bit more pragmatic, a bit more defensively tight, playing a different system, and maybe be hard to beat in a cup final for 45 minutes. Thus far, they've managed to achieve that, but it's certainly not been pretty.
So Jed Spence and Archie Gray are coming on. Again, defensive reinforcements. Garnacho has just told Sarr to get off the field. Sarr has then pushed Garnacho. Bentancur getting involved with Garnacho once again. It's all getting very, very needless. Kobbie Mainoo's going to be coming on as well for Manchester United. So first of all, it is going to be Udogie who goes off for Jed Spence, for him to come on to replace Udogie. Not surprised about that, because he's had cramp.
Yeah, he's been tightening up Udogie. He's putting a lot of work. He's worked tirelessly backwards and forwards. Archie Gray comes on for Pat Sarr, I think it's going to be. Jed Spence will come in. sit in that left-back area. He's done well of late, Jed Spence. He's done well to get back into the side. And for Manchester United, Kobbie Mainoo coming on.
So, Dorgu has gone off for Kobbie Mainoo. And then you've had Pape Sarr and Udogie going off for Gray and Spence to come on. They're the changes that have been made.
As we're waiting for added time, the referee's now done his substitutions. He's gone back for his other board. We're about to find out how long they've got left.
Here comes the fourth official. 7 minutes of added on time that we're now into. 7 minutes for Tottenham Hotspur to hang on. 7 minutes for Manchester United to try and conjure up something here in Bilbao.
Harry Maguire, he's staying up there now. He's between Romero and Kevin Danso. Where have we seen that combination late in the game before? Kobbie Mainoo and Harry Maguire.
Well, I'll take you back. Oh, hold on, there's going to be a yellow card shown to somebody on the Manchester United bench. It's not to Ruben Amorim. It was to somebody else who's spoken out of turn. In fact, it might be Lindelof, the substitute, who's been shown a yellow card. Tensions boiling over down below. 6 minutes remain then. Come on, you Spurs, is the cry away towards our right. Dalot picks it up. Casemiro now towards Shaw. Shaw towards Garnacho. Garnacho passes the ball to Dalot. Out it goes to Amad. Xerxes, right side of the penalty area, back towards Amad. But Spurs are defending well, restricting Manchester United to few opportunities. Yoro leaves it for Dalot. Diagonal ball enters the penalty area. Maguire is in there. Came off Maguire's head last, and it'll be a goal kick.
He's wrestling again, Harry Maguire and Romero. Bruno Fernandes is round the referee. Maguire and Fernandes both in the referee's ear. Now trying to get Tottenham to hurry up and take this goal kick. There's one big moment in this game for somebody. There's an opportunity for a Manchester United player. There's a save to come from the Tottenham goalkeeper. With 5 minutes to go, there's going to be a match-defining moment at some point. You can just feel it coming.
Well, as we've already touched upon, they have had and got a history of leaving it late. We see images of some Manchester United supporters in tears, young Manchester United supporters in tears, who've been lucky enough to get a ticket inside this stadium today. Meanwhile, contrast that to the emotions of the Tottenham supporters who are starting to celebrate, jumping up and down, hugging each other, some bare-chested. The white and navy flags are flying. They are so close. They're within touching distance. As Jed Spence waits to take it, chips it forward, cut out by Dalot. Bruno Fernandes goes towards Shaw, runs forward on the edge of the area. Garnacho collecting the ball midway through his own half. Now towards Yoro, to Amad, who comes forward with 4 minutes remaining. He wanted Dalot to go on ahead of him. Instead, they have to go back. Still playing in front of Tottenham. Archie Gray with his fresh legs runs forward. Shaw finds Garnacho. Garnacho with a cross. Headed away very, very well by Bissouma. Bruno Fernandes volleys the ball out towards Amad. He's the go-to man. Amad, right corner of the area with a cross. It's a teasing one. Good header away, that, by Kevin Danso under pressure.
That's an excellent header away by Danso. And he's trying to get the Spurs defenders and the players out of the 6-yard box and out the 18-yard box. But yet again, Manchester United come once again. Another wave of possession and pressure.
Amad to Dalot. Dalot goes in field. Yoro 30 yards out from goal. Porro's flying header away. Reaches Bruno Fernandes. Thought about the shot. Sticks it onto his left boot. Passes the ball out wide. Garnacho cuts it back. Archie Gray is there. Spurs, obdurate opposition. Bruno Fernandes, edge of the area. Towards Garnacho. Is there a way through? Garnacho to Yoro. Yoro shot from distance. The Spurs celebrations and cheers will tell you it's over the top. as seconds tick by, and by my watch we're about 2.5 minutes away as Ange Postecoglou indeed checks with the fourth official.
There's a lot of dejected body language in red shirts there. The referee now telling Vicario to hurry up. Ball into the box again, well defended by Tottenham. They've defended their goals so well, the back three that it is now. Romero, Danso, Van der Ven. Romero and Van der Ven have been absolutely outstanding tonight, the two Tottenham centre-halves.
Under 2 minutes remaining. Manchester United need an equaliser. Tottenham Hotspur are so close. I was actually in a text conversation with somebody quite high up at Tottenham today, and they said it feels different. This time it feels different. This time it may well be different. Shaw over the halfway line. Goes long. Flick header by Dalot into the path of Ahmed. Back towards Dalot, first time cross. High, swinging towards the far post. The bodies go up. Bit of a player goes down inside a very crowded 6-yard area. Felix Bayer, the German referee's not having any of that.
Casemiro, Casemiro is a real melee at the far post. Good ball into the Tottenham box. They somehow managed to smuggle it away. Casemiro went down looking for the penalty. Referee wasn't interested.
We're now in Barcelona time in Bilbao. Ahmed to Dalot. Back towards Ahmed. Bruno Fernandes. Deafening whistles from the Tottenham supporters. Work it back out towards the right. Dalot's cross, queuing up. What a save from Vicario! What a save that was! Diving low down to his left. It was a goal-bound header, but Vicario responded so well.
Brilliant save by Vicario. That could have just won Tottenham the game. It's an incredible save by Vicario. Free header for Luke Shaw, down to his left. Strong hands.
Dalot with another cross. Shaw again is there. Headed out by Danso. By my watch, it's 15 seconds into the penalty area. Headed away by Van der Ven. Intense late pressure. Dalot wins a corner kick for Manchester United. The keeper's coming up, Onana.
This is it for Manchester United. This is last-ditched opportunity. It's a free header in the box. It's a really well-worked play from Manchester United. Luke Shaw forces a brilliant save from Vicario. What a massive moment that could be for Vicario and Tottenham. This really is the last throws.
The 7 minutes of added on time are up. We're now at the discretion of the referee. This has got to be the last bit of the action. It's a corner kick to Manchester United in front of the Tottenham supporters, who bear now not to watch. Those premature celebrations are on hold. Corner kick. In it comes from Dalot. The keeper is there. Up it goes to Garnacho into the side netting. Now the Spurs supporters can celebrate. They are desperate for the referee to blow his whistle. They are close. They are so close now. All eyes on the referee.
It's a really good defensive header there at the near post by Basuma. Comes up to Garnacho. Garnacho and Casemiro fighting over it at the far post. Ends up going into the side netting. The Tottenham players surrounding the referee. They're desperate for the final whistle, trying to tell their own players to get up and get on with the game.
Basuma went to ground, and then Romero said, no, get onto your feet. They know that when this ball goes in the air, the referee will surely blow the final whistle. The long wait is over. Tottenham Hotspur players drop to their knees. The substitutes spin onto the pitch, and the wild celebrations in the Tottenham Hotspur end. It is their first European trophy in 41 years. It is their first bit of silverware in 17 years and 86 days. And Ange Postecoglou has delivered on his promise of silverware in his second season. Perhaps a parting gift, who knows? But Tottenham Hotspur have salvaged their season. Meanwhile, at the other end, the Manchester United supporters are heading to the exits in their droves, and they face the unusual prospect of no European football next season. However, for Tottenham, they will be rubbing shoulders with Europe's elite, but for now, they're not bothered about that. They've won a trophy for the first time since 2008.
What scenes and limbs over to our right-hand side, those Tottenham Hot Spurs supporters, the players, the staff, the supporters. You can see now what that means to this club. They've won a trophy, they take away that Spursy tag. Nobody can point that at them anymore. 17 long years without the trophy, a wait for silverware. A really poor domestic campaign has all turned round. A European trophy, Champions League football, and who knows what springboard that could be for the club. But for those supporters that have waited so long, the outpouring emotion is absolutely phenomenal.
Brennan Johnson, the match winner. Van der Ven with his acrobatic goal line clearance, and Vicario for his splendid saves, the match savers, as the celebrations go on here in Bilbao, and I'm sure they'll go on long into the night, because Tottenham Hotspur are the European League champions.
BBC Radio London,
The home of London football.